Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight's lore, we dive into the lore of the Doom Eagles. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's continue the madness.
Gathis II knew only storm, stone, hunger, and the sea. Black oceans battered its cliffs with the hatred of an old god. Rain came down in iron sheets, slashing across knife-peaked mountains and drowning the valleys in mist. Lightning crawled over the world in crooked veins, showing for the span of a heartbeat the tribal eyries nailed to impossible crags, the rope bridges whipping in the gale, the crude glider frames of hide, bone, and stormwood stacked beneath shrines of skulls. Then darkness swallowed all once more, and the thunder answered like artillery from the throat of the heavens. The tribes of Gathis II did not teach their sons that life was a gift. They taught them that birth was the first fall, death the last landing, and everything between was a brief plunge through rain. Their priests wore the bones of those who had failed to fly. Their chieftains drank bitter ash before battle. Their dead were not buried, but bound in winged frames and cast from the cliffs, so that even corpses might learn the shape of descent. Above all of them, above the tribes and their storm altars, above the screaming birds and the black waves and the cloud-wreathed peaks, rose the Ghost Mountain. It was not the highest mountain on Gathis II, because height alone was too small a word for it. It speared the sky like a blade thrust upward from the planet's heart. Its upper slopes vanished into storm clouds that never broke. Its lower faces were black with wet stone and slick ice, split by ravines where the wind made voices of its own. Men said the mountain was hollow. Men said the dead whispered beneath it. Men said no living thing reached its summit and returned unchanged. Men were often wrong. The Doom Eagles had made their fortress there. The Eyrie brooded above the clouds, a citadel of adamantium and black basalt built into the Ghost Mountain's crown. Silver towers rose like funerary blades. Gun emplacements watched the world through perpetual lightning. Landing platforms jutted from the mountain's flanks like the wings of a vast carrion bird. Statues of armored giants stared down from the fortress walls, each carved with a bowed helm, a drawn blade, and an expressionless contempt for all beneath them. The Eyrie did not promise protection, it promised judgment. Karen saw it for the first time through blood, rain, and exhaustion. He climbed with fingers torn raw against the razor stone. His nails had gone in the first hour. His palms had split soon after. The mountain drank the blood and gave nothing back. His bare feet slid on black rock polished by centuries of failed ascents. His breath came in ragged bursts that hurt his chest. His stomach had long since ceased complaining of hunger and had begun to feel like an empty wound. Around him climbed the others. They had started as a band of chosen sons from the storm tribes, lean and scarred and proud beneath painted death masks. They had leapt from clan cliffs in hide gliders, crossed the drowned ravines, fought through sleet and talon birds, and entered the lower throat of the Ghost Mountain, where the trial began in truth. Pride had died first, then certainty, then names, as boys began to call only for fathers, brothers, gods, or the mercy none of them would receive. The tunnels beneath the Ghost Mountain were narrow, jagged, and black as a sealed tomb. Water rose within them without warning, cold enough to bite the breath from the lungs. Some passages sloped upward into airless cracks, where a body had to crawl on its belly, while stone teeth opened the skin. Others dropped into flooded shafts, where the aspirants had to dive blind, hands outstretched, trusting that the Emperor, the mountain, or pure stubbornness would place an exit before the lungs failed. No voice urged them onward with kindness. The voices came from hidden vox grills set within the stone, deep and inhuman, distorted by helm speakers and the weight of judgment. You are not chosen. Karen heard the words while he dragged himself from a black pool, coughing water and bile. You are not strong. A boy ahead of him sobbed once, then slapped his own mouth shut with a shaking hand, as though the sound had shamed him more than fear. "You have not earned breath." Another aspirant, broader than Karen and older by several winters, tried to stand too quickly on a ledge slick with algae. The wind found him as he emerged from the tunnel mouth. It struck like a hammer. He vanished sideways into the rain, his cry torn thin, his glider frame breaking apart against the cliff below. No one moved to help him. There was no path down. There was no command to halt. The mountain did not pause for grief. "You have already failed." Karen climbed. Higher still, the storm became a living thing. The aspirants crossed open stone ridges, where the drop vanished into cloud. One boy was dragged into the black water of a sudden melt flood, his hands clawing at the rock until the torrent folded over him and carried him into the dark. Another hung for a time from a broken spar of glider bone, screaming prayers to the cliff, to the ancestors, to the silver giants above. No answer came. The spar cracked. The storm swallowed him whole. Karen did not look away because looking away was also a kind of lie. His tribe had taught him that every death witnessed was a debt. The Doom Eagles, he began to understand, taught something colder. Every death witnessed was an instruction. Failures were not tragedies. They were warnings written in meat, bone, and silence. At the last ascent, the world became white with hail. Karen's vision narrowed until the Eyrie was only a smear of silver above him. His fingers no longer felt like part of his body. His legs moved because stopping seemed more impossible than pain. A final archway waited in the mountain face, carved in the shape of folded wings. Beneath it, the last of the aspirants collapsed one by one upon a platform of black stone. Karen fell to his knees. He did not know how many had reached the gate. He did not know how many had begun the climb. Numbers belonged to men with ledgers and calm hands. He had only breath, blood, and the weight of the storm pressing him down. The gate opened. A figure stood within. The Space Marine was a giant in silver plate, his armor marked in black, red, and bone white. A skull-faced helm hung at his side, its lenses dark. Upon one pauldron spread the winged emblem of the Doom Eagles, severe and pitiless. Parchment oaths hung from his war plate in waxen seals. A force staff rested in one gauntleted hand, its head wrought like a winged funerary icon. His face was pale, hard, and old in the way of those who had seen worlds die and found the sight unsurprising. The surviving aspirants tried to bow. Some merely shook. One vomited water onto the stone. The giant regarded them without approval. "I am Librarian Secundus Thrin," he said. His voice was low, controlled, and colder than the rain. "You did not conquer the Ghost Mountain. You did not defeat the storm. You did not survive." His gaze passed over them, and Karen felt it as pressure behind the eyes, a cold intrusion into the places where fear hid its shape. The librarian's mind touched his, vast and iron-bound, and Karen saw flashes that were not his own. Silver warriors descending through fire, black ships burning above dead worlds, a banner soaked in ash, a dreadnought walking through a storm of green lightning, a corpse wearing his face. "You merely arrived late to your death." One aspirant began to weep. Thrin looked at him, and the sound died. "Your lives are without value unless spent. Your blood is without meaning unless offered. Your strength is vanity unless chained to duty. You came here believing you might become warriors. Hear this truth, and let it break whatever pride remains within you. A warrior seeks to live long enough to boast. A Doom Eagle learns that he is dead already, and therefore cannot be bargained with by fear." Karen lowered his head. The words should have terrified him. Instead, they settled into him like a blade sliding into a sheath. Thrin stepped closer. "What are you?" No one answered. The librarian's eyes hardened. "What are you?" A boy beside Karen whispered. "Dead." Thrin struck him with the butt of the staff, not hard enough to kill, hard enough to teach. You are not permitted poetry. You are material. You are failed flesh awaiting judgment. You will be broken. Most of you will die beneath knives, needles, poisons, organs, dreams, and prayers. Those who endure will be remade into weapons. Those who do not will feed the memory of those who do. His gaze found Karen. Do you understand? Karen tasted blood where he had bitten through his lip. He forced the words out. I understand, Lord. No. Thrin's reply was immediate. You do not, but you may yet become useful. The Aerie took them in. Beyond the gate lay not warmth, but stone corridors lit by lumen strips and funeral candles. Chapter serfs in ash-grey robes moved in silence, their shaved scalps marked with oath brands. Servo skulls drifted overhead, trailing incense fumes and data cables. Somewhere far within the fortress, a bell tolled with the slow patience of a grave being dug. Karen and the others were led through the Hall of the Fallen before they were given water. It was the first mercy of the Doom Eagles, and it was no mercy at all. The hall stretched into darkness, a cathedral of loss hewn into the mountain's heart. Ossuary alcoves climbed the walls in towering ranks. Each held relics of war, shattered ceramite plates scored by claws and melter fire, cracked helms with the lenses burned out, broken chainsword casings, bolt pistols fused by heat, blackened banners stiff with old blood, mummified hands still clutching oath scrolls, bone fragments sealed in crystal reliquaries. Names were carved beneath them, thousands upon thousands, each cut with exacting reverence. No statues smiled, no murals promised salvation. The Doom Eagles did not display their dead as inspiration. They displayed them as evidence. A sarcophagus of ancient pattern stood at the far end of the hall, empty and open, its interior polished clean. Above it were the words carved in high Gothic. All flesh is borrowed, all duty remains. Karen stared until his eyes burned. Only then did he understand a fragment of what Thrin had meant. These warriors were not knights from the songs of lesser tribes. They were not saviors descending on wings of light. They were corpse priests, clad in ceramite, keepers of a creed that measured honor by expenditure. They did not rage against death. They administered it, received it, recorded it, and moved on. Far above the Hall of the Fallen, beneath the octagonal tower of the Reclusiam, the Council of Eagles gathered. Commander Heron stood at the chamber's center, armored in silver and red, his helm held beneath one arm, his face stern as a tomb effigy. The chapter master of the Doom Eagles did not need to raise his voice. The room was built for silence, and every warrior within it understood obedience. Captain Balthus stood to his right, broad, scarred and grave, bearing campaign honors from the wars of Ultramar. Captain Luctus stood opposite him, his jump harness locked to his back, even within the fortress, as though stillness were an insult he endured only by discipline. Chaplain Morcant loomed in black armor, skull helm chained to his belt, Crozius held upright like a judge's mace. Librarian Primus Tolka watched from beneath a hood of dark blue, his eyes clouded by the burdens of the Empyrean. Tech Marine Kalinka stood half in shadow, red warplate whispering with mechadendrites and binharic murmurs. Apothecary Makindlus waited with narthecium folded against his vambrace, pale and exact, as though every warrior present were already a body he might one day open for the chapter's future. Around them, set into armored alcoves, several dreadnought sarcophagi listened. Their occupants had been heroes once. Now they were something holier and more terrible. Entombed minds, honored dead, walking reliquaries of wrath. Their machine voices emerged as grinding bass notes through the chamber vox, like tomb doors shifting after centuries shut. The astropathic message had come veiled in pain. Ultramar called. The shield chapters were stretched across the 500 worlds and beyond, their oaths pulled taut by raids, plagues, Xenos migrations, warp storms, and the endless bleeding of the Imperium Nihilus. A war zone upon the western marches, known in administratum ledgers as the Mordant Reach, had fallen into silence after weeks of contradictory distress. Billions of Astra Militarum soldiers were trapped there alongside bonded labor battalions, penal infantry, shrine militias, void ratings, munitorum convoys, and the crews of a crippled battle fleet. Reports named rebellion, reports named plague, reports named the dead walking in the trenches. The last transmission, half mad with static and prayer, spoke of something older than mankind moving beneath the crust of the primary world. Then there had been nothing. Heron listened to the final playback once. No one requested a second hearing. Chaplain Morcant broke the silence. "The system is dead. Then it is kin to us," said Luctus. Balthus's eyes narrowed. "The 500 worlds are not secure. Guilliman's realm bleeds from too many cuts. We cannot spend ourselves on every silent system beyond the shield." Luctus turned his head slowly. Preservation, the favorite word of those not yet ready to admit fear. "Discipline is not fear," Balthus replied. "A blade shattered on the first gate does not reach the throat of the enemy. A blade kept sheathed is an ornament. A blade spent without purpose is scrap." The chamber seemed to darken around the words. The dreadnoughts murmured in their alcoves, machine spirits and ancient minds stirring together. Heron looked from one captain to the other. "Both of you speak as sons of this chapter. Both of you speak with the arrogance of men who believe the dead are permitted preferences." Neither captain answered. Heron placed the astropathic transcript upon the black stone table. Its parchment edges curled where psychic heat had scorched them. "The Mordant Reach has called. Death has opened its mouth there. We have never refused our name." Balthus bowed his head by the smallest degree. Luctus did the same. Heron continued, "We go not for glory. We go not for rescue. We go because the Imperium has need of weapons that do not ask whether the hand that wields them is gentle." Chaplain Morcant struck the base of his Crozius against the floor. The sound carried like a coffin lid closing. "Woe betide," he said. The words passed through the chamber. Not loud, not triumphant. A sentence, a promise, a funeral bell. "Woe betide," answered the Council of Eagles. Within the fortress, the area awakened to war. Armory vaults opened with thunderous locks. Chapter serfs moved in processions, bearing oils, purity seals, ammunition caskets, and relic blades upon black-draped trays. Silver power armor hung in arming frames like flayed giants awaiting souls. Black body gloves were sealed. Ceramite plates locked into place with hydraulic force. Red aquilas were polished until they shone like fresh wounds beneath chapel light. Oath scrolls were fixed to pauldrons. Bolters were blessed, loaded, stripped, and loaded again. Chainswords screamed as their teeth were tested. Plasma coils hummed with caged suns. Melter weapons exhaled heat that made the air ripple like a crematorium door opening. In the launch vaults, jump packs hung in chained cradles, their turbines sleeping beneath layers of incense smoke. Assault squads stood beneath them in silence, helms bowed, waiting to be given the sky and the right to fall upon the Emperor's foes. Thunderhawks were drawn into embarkation bays by grinding lifters. Storm ravens were armed. Drop pods were sealed like iron coffins around their restraint thrones. Deep in the sepulchral engine chapels, the dreadnoughts were awakened. Ancient sarcophagi shuddered as power fed into their limbs. Weapon mounts locked. Assault cannons rotated once in test cycles. Power fists opened and closed with the sound of masonry cracking. The honored dead stirred in their armored tombs, each returning from dreamless dark to the only duty left to them. One voice rolled through the vox, older than most nations. "Where is the grave appointed?" A tech marine bowed his red helm. "Mordant Reach, Ancient One." "Acceptable." In the Hall of the Fallen, Karen heard the fortress change around him. He heard the distant march of giants. He heard engines warming like beasts beneath the mountain. He heard the chant begin among the serfs, low at first, then spreading through corridors, armories, chapels, hangars, and reliquary halls. Woe betide, woe betide, woe betide. The storm outside battered the eyrie, but the fortress did not tremble. Karen stood among the other failed flesh awaiting judgment and watched the doom eagles go to war. He had climbed the ghost mountain believing death waited at the summit. He had been wrong. Death had wings. The eyrie opened its wings in silence. No trumpet sounded across the storm peaks of Gathis II. No mortal herald cried glory from the fortress walls. No banners were unfurled to catch the mountain wind. The doom eagles did not depart to celebration, for celebration was the language of men who believed they might return unchanged. They left as they had always left, as a funeral procession given armor, engines, and purpose. Above the ghost mountain, the launch bays of the fortress monastery split open through sheets of freezing rain. Armored shutters withdrew into basalt and adamantium. Lumen shrines burned red along the landing platforms. Servitors crawled upon gantries like pallid insects, dragging fuel lines, munition chains, and caskets of sanctified bolt shells toward waiting gunships. The storm broke against the Ares' outer bastions and rolled aside, as if even the weather knew better than to bar the dead from their appointed road. The first Thunderhawks rose on pillars of blue-white flame, their hulls painted silver, black, and red beneath layers of campaign soot. They climbed into the bruised sky with assault ramps sealed and hurricane bolters asleep in their housings. After them came storm ravens, storm talons, gunships, and orbital lifters bearing squads, armorium stores, reliquaries, and coffins for those not yet slain. The engines made the mountain shake. The tribes far below looked up from their storm huts and saw fire ascending through the clouds. Some crossed themselves in the crude sign of the Aquila. Some spat ash and bowed. Some wept because they knew the sons of the Eyrie only flew when worlds were dying. Beyond the atmosphere, the fleet waited in the black. The battle barge Doombearer hung above Gathis II like a moon carved into the shape of a tomb. Its prow was a ramming beak of black iron and silver plating, armored with cathedral buttresses, lance housings, macro battery decks, shrine towers, reliquary domes, and ranks of statues sealed in the ice of vacuum. Kilometers of sacred worship slept and watched and listened. Its void shields shimmered faintly as lightning from the planet below crawled across the edges of reality and died against invisible force. Around it gathered the strike cruisers, Baptism of Fire, Emperor's Storm, and Herald of Battle. Each bore scars. Each carried kill marks burned into its hull in high Gothic script. Their escort vessels formed a funeral crown around them, frigates and destroyers with torpedo tubes armed, and plasma drives caged behind prayer seals. Forge tenders moved slowly among the greater ships, heavy with repair servitors, adamantium ribs, plasma coils, spare armor plates, machine oil, and rites of appeasement for injured machine spirits. Corpse ships trailed behind the formation, black-hulled and quiet, their holds sealed around gene seed reliquaries, stasis caskets, dead brothers, and the empty sanctified vaults that would receive what the coming war took from the chapter. When the Doombearer accepted the last of the Thunderhawks into its belly, its launch bays closed like the jaws of a crypt. Within the battle barge, 10,000 candles burned. The Reclusium deck was a cavernous nave of iron, bone, and shadow. Its columns were wrapped in chains, taken from prisoner worlds, and links forged from shattered enemy blades. Skulls of traitors, mutants, xenos, and oathbreakers stared from alcoves darkened by incense smoke. The deck beneath the assembled warriors was engraved with names, not victories. The Doom Eagles did not stand upon triumphs. They stood upon the dead. Chaplain Morcant walked before them in black warplate, his skull helm locked in place, his Crozius Arcanum carried like an executioner's scepter. Every footfall rang across the iron floor. His voice emerged through his vox grill as a grave speaking. Name the dead who taught you. The battle brothers stood in ranks without movement. Intercessors, assault marines, hellblasters, veterans, sergeants, apothecaries, and tech marines faced the chaplain beneath the staring reliquaries. No one smiled. No one spoke out of turn. No warrior looked to his brother for comfort. Captain Luctus stood at the head of the third company, his silver armor freshly sealed, his jump pack mag-locked behind him, his helm held under one arm. His face was scarred, lean, and joyless. He did not appear inspired. Inspiration was for mortals with short memories. Sergeant Taricus spoke first. "Brother Halvian," he said. He advanced beyond the shield line at Belisar's moon and died before his squad could close. He taught me that eagerness is a wound opened by pride. Morcant's skull helm turned a fraction. And what did pride buy him? A ruptured throat, a broken helm, and 6 brothers forced to recover what remained. Remember him without mercy? I remember. Another spoke. Brother Sarkon. He ignored a mortal auspex. Return in the ash vaults of Thessalia. The Xenos came from beneath. He taught me that contempt is not vigilance. Another. Brother Decimus. He believed pain had made him pure. It had only made him careless. Another. Neophyte auras. He sought praise. He found death. The litany of spent lives continued. Each battle brother named a fallen warrior, not as hero, not as saint, but as accusation. Failures were recited with reverence sharper than hatred. Wounds were remembered in detail. Bad orders, slow reactions, misread terrain, overextended advances, ammunition spent too soon, fury mistaken for purpose, mercy shown where certainty was required. There were no boasts of enemies slain. There were no tales of glory. The dead had already given those lessons in meat and ceramite. The living were expected to listen. When the last name faded, Morcant lifted his Crozius. "You are not gathered to be praised," he said. "You are gathered to be corrected by those who can no longer correct themselves. Every brother named here paid for your discipline. Spend it with precision." The answer came as one voice, low and absolute. "We are dead already." Then fail no further. The rites ended, and war resumed its machinery. Captain Luctus inspected the third company in the arming vaults beneath the Reclusium. Assault marines stood beside racks of jump packs, chainswords mag-locked to their thighs, bolt pistols holstered, grenades sealed in waist clamps. Vanguard veterans waited with relic blades, storm shields, lightning claws, thunder hammers, and old armor whose scars had been polished but never hidden. Inceptors rested in grav chutes, while artificer serfs made final calibrations to their assault bolters and plasma exterminators. Suppressors checked accelerator autocannons with the patient aggression of executioners, choosing distance over haste. Rows of intercessors knelt before ammunition shrines, while serfs fed magazines of mass-reactive shells into red-marked caskets. Hellblasters stood apart beneath caution sigils, their plasma incinerators humming with chained suns. Eradicators examined melter rifles and multi-melters, speaking in brief confirmations as heat baffles locked into place. Devastator reserves received heavy bolters, lascannons, missile launchers, and grav cannons from the Armorium priests. Veteran terminators of the First Company waited in tactical dreadnought armor, massive and still, their storm bolters fixed to their gauntlets, their power fists closed as though already around the throats of the enemy. Luctus moved among them like a blade drawn slowly. "You are not the sons of Angron," he said. "You are not beasts loosed from a chain. You are not given jump packs so that you may mistake descent for courage. The ignorant see us fall from the sky and call it fury. They are wrong." His gaze passed across the assault marines. "Fury is noise. We are not noise. He turned to the Hellblasters. Hatred is heat without aim. We are not heat without aim. He faced the Terminators. Valor is a word mortals use when they do not understand geometry, timing, ammunition, and fear. We do not win by wanting the foe dead. We win because at the ordained moment, in the ordained place, the enemy discovers that his life has already been removed from the ledger. He placed his helm upon his head. The lenses burned red. We are exact. We are sudden. We are pitiless. The foe may rage, rot, prey, multiply, or rise again. It matters nothing. You will apply force where force ends the matter. Not before, not after. Any brother who spends his life for spectacle has stolen from the chapter. The warriors struck fist to breastplate. Woe betide, they answered. In the armored decks, Tech Marine Kalinka walked the lines of war engines. His mechadendrites clicked and hissed around him, their brass tips anointing armor plates with sacred oils. His red armor was half hidden beneath robes of blackened machine cloth, and Binharic cant spilled from his vox in bursts too quick for unaugmented ears. Servo skulls drifted at his shoulders, carrying incense, data slates, and strips of parchment inscribed with the catechisms of ignition. The Redemptor dreadnoughts stood in their restraint shrines, huge, brutal, and hunched like idols made for murder. Their plasma incinerators, heavy onslaught Gatling cannons, macroplasma coils, storm bolters, and fist-mounted weapons were sanctified by robed serfs whose hands shook with fear and devotion. Venerable dreadnoughts waited beyond them, older patterns, slower to wake, more terrible in presence. Their sarcophagi bore names carved so deeply that paint and centuries had gathered in the letters like dried blood. Ancient Malcor stirred first. Cables withdrew from his chassis. Red lumen eyes flared in his armored faceplate. His power fist flexed, each movement accompanied by the low, grinding complaint of sacred machinery waking from blessed dark. Kalinka bowed his helm. Ancient One, the chapter goes to the mordant reach. Malcor's voice came through the external vox in a bass rumble that made nearby serfs flinch. Have the living become insufficient? The living remain useful, Ancient One. Then they will learn. To the Doom Eagles, a dreadnought was not a wounded brother lingering in half-life. Such pity was for softer chapters and weaker theologies. A warrior interred within a sarcophagus had passed the last threshold and been called back only because duty did not consent to rest. He was dead in the proper sense. Dead, armed, and obedient. Therefore, he was closer to truth than any brother still burdened by flesh. Land raiders were chained into deployment clamps, their lascannons sealed in oiled covers until battle rites were complete. Repulsors and gladiator tanks rumbled in low-power communion with deck spirits. Whirlwinds received missile racks blessed for saturation fire. Vindicators squatted like armored execution blocks, their demolisher cannons dark and patient. Drop pods were loaded into launch tubes, each one a coffin designed to fall from orbit and split open amid the enemy with the violence of judgment. Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens were armed with missiles, lascannons, heavy bolters, assault cannons, and the quiet faith of machine spirits that knew they had been built to descend through fire. Then the fleet translated. Reality screamed without sound. The warp released the Doom Eagles into the mordant reach amid bruised light, psychic aftertaste, and the death rattle of astropathic choirs. Geller fields dimmed from emergency intensity. Navigator sires were sealed away behind wards and ritual locks. Void shields flared into readiness as auger arrays opened like lidless eyes. The system that waited for them was already a grave. 3 worlds burned beneath infected skies. One was a mining planet whose equatorial refineries had become rings of orange fire visible from high orbit. One was an agri-world stripped of green, its grain seas blackened into continent-wide ash fields, crawling with heat signatures and refugee columns. The third, Vallis Secundus dominated the tactical display, a shrine hive planet wrapped in storm systems, orbital debris, corpse clouds, and Vox traffic so dense with panic that the Doombearer's machine spirits growled in displeasure. 2 moons had cracked open. Their broken shells trailed dust, ice, and dead habitats across the orbital lanes. An imperial shipyard burned above Vallis Secundus, its dry dock arms twisted around the corpse of a cruiser, its manufactorum rings venting flame and bodies into the void. Defense monitors drifted in erratic patterns. Some still bore loyal transponders. Some screamed corrupted ident codes. Some fired at anything that moved. The distress calls filled the command deck. By the throne, we are overrun. Second Mordant Artillery request coordinates. We are firing danger close. We are firing into our own line. Emperor, forgive us. Penal cohort still holding Trench Bastion Kappa Black. Ammunition gone. Commissar dead. Send fire. Send fire on our position. This is Hive Choir Station Sanctus Ver. The bells are speaking under the skin. Do not listen to the bells. All vessels maintain quarantine. Repeat, maintain quarantine. The wounded are biting through their restraints. Praise the Emperor. Praise the Emperor. Praise the Emperor. Why does he not answer? Beyond the voices lay scale no mortal mind could hold cleanly. Astra Militarum armies covered continents. Infantry formations stretched from trench horizon to trench horizon. Artillery parks sat in grids large enough to be mistaken for cities. Basilisks, manticores, death strikes, wyverns, and heavy mortar batteries had churned whole regions into mud and powdered bone. Armored spearheads of Lehman Russ battle tanks, Rogel Dawn tanks, Malcadors, Baneblades, Shadowzords, and Stormlords moved in fractured columns through ash storms and plague fog. Imperial Navy wings screamed through toxic clouds in attack patterns so dense that Auspec's returns blurred into iron weather. Billions of men still fought. Billions more were dead, infected, missing, or no longer classifiable by any sane ledger. Their trenches were clogged with corpses. Their field hospitals had become slaughterhouses. Their shrine militias prayed while firing into mobs wearing the faces of their own dead. Their bonded labor battalions dragged ammunition over roads made from compacted flesh. Their penal infantry advanced under shock collars, shotguns, and the promise that obedience might purchase a cleaner death. Vallis Secundus turned slowly beneath them, ancient, diseased, and screaming. On the Doombearer's strategium, a hololithic image of the primary world flickered above the black command table. Commander Heron stood before it with Captain Balthus, Captain Luctus, Chaplain Morkant, Librarian Primus Tolka, Tech Marine Kalinka, and Apothecary McKindless. The chamber smelled of incense, ozone, hot brass, and old parchment. Serfs moved in silence along the outer edges, updating casualty projections that no one expected to remain accurate. A male figure in black inquisitorial robes stood apart from the Doom Eagles, thin, severe, and augmetically altered around the left eye. Inquisitor Rauk Vane bore the rosette of the Holy Ordos on a chain at his throat. He watched the planet like a man considering an infection beneath his own skin. Cyclonic bombardment, Vane said. Immediate. No descent, no recovery, no negotiation with plague. Heron did not look away from the hololith. Denied. The Inquisitor's augmetic eye clicked as it focused on the chapter master. You misunderstand the authority by which I speak. I understand it. Then obey it. No. The word had no heat. It did not need any. Vane's mouth tightened. That world is a vector. The population is compromised. The military is compromised. The shipyard is compromised. Vox analysis indicates a mimetic infection tied to devotional phrases and mortuary rites. The designation's second torment is already spreading through the data net. At that, the silence changed. Apothecary McKindless lifted his head. Chaplain Morkant's fingers tightened around his Crozius. Even the dreadnought Vox links on the strategium wall gave a low murmur of machine sleep disturbance. Pyrrhody was not forgotten. The Torment had almost unmade warriors who believed themselves proof against fear, pain, and mortal contagion. A Doom Eagle's apothecary had fallen then, corrupted into the service of plague, turning knowledge meant to preserve gene seed into a weapon against the chapter's own bloodline. The shame had been sealed in iron rites and taught as a warning to every apothecary who took up Narthesium thereafter. There were failures the chapter mourned. There were failures it hated. McKindless spoke softly. If it is truly kin to the Torment, orbital fire may aerosolize the vector. Then crack the crust and burn the atmosphere after, Vane replied. Balthus looked to Heron. There is another matter. The hololith shifted. Beneath Valis Secundus's capital hive, a sealed vault marked by ancient sigils pulsed in blue light. Around it, broken archives and dead data spirits clawed through static. Balthus continued. The vault beneath the capital contains relics from the Battle of Calth, fragments of the old Legion record, gene seed tithe data from the Second Founding, possibly partial rolls of our own early dead. Vane stared at him. You would risk a system for bones and ledgers. Heron finally turned. For the dead. There is no strategic value in sentiment. No, said Heron. There is strategic value in memory. There is doctrinal value in origin. There is sacred value in gene seed. We will retrieve what belongs to the dead. Then, if the world must burn, it will burn with its accounts settled. The first enemy attack came before Vane could answer. Alarms tolled through the Doombearer. Void shields flared white on the Oculus displays. From the shadow of Valis Secundus's broken inner moon, plague hulks lurched into Auspec's range, vast corpse vessels swollen with rust, meat, and impossible architecture. Defense monitors came with them, still wearing Imperial silhouettes, but moving with the drunken hunger of infected things. Their hulls were split by growths like tumors. Their gun ports wept vapor. Their Vox signals transmitted hymns backward through static. Contact, said a serf. Multiple hostile returns, torpedo wakes, macro battery ignition. Heron's voice remained steady. Battle stations, launch interceptors, baptism of fire and Emperor's storm, anchor starboard kill plane. Herald of battle, screen the tenders. Doombearer will take the center. The void became black fire. Macro cannons spoke in rolling broadsides, each shell a cathedral bell of death hurled across thousands of kilometers. Lance batteries drew white lines through the dark and carved open corrupted hulls, spilling atmosphere, bodies, and plague vapor into vacuum. Torpedoes passed one another in swarms. Point defense turrets hammered until their barrels glowed. Thunderhawks and storm talons launched into the madness, engines burning through clouds of frozen blood and metallic debris. The plague hulks did not die cleanly. Sections blew apart, then kept moving. Broken prows vented flame and kept turning. One defense monitor, its bridge already gone, continued firing by whatever diseased instinct had nested in its machine spirit. The Doombearer took the impact across its forward shields, the energy flare turning the Strategium Oculus white for a heartbeat. Board them, Heron ordered. Boarding torpedoes launched from the battle barge in savage volleys. They punched through void and slammed into enemy hulls like coffins fired from the hand of a wrathful god. Melter charges burned through armor. Hatches blew inward. Doom Eagle's Terminators emerged into corridors packed with bloated crew things, plague-mutated arms, ruptured void suits, and faces stretched by disease into expressions of idiot joy. Storm bolters roared. Mass reactive rounds detonated torsos against bulkheads, turned skulls to wet fragments, and burst swollen bellies across rusted deck plates. Power fists crushed bodies into paste. Chain fists shrieked through sealed doors, while filth poured from the seams in steaming ropes. Veteran Sergeant Cadrian led the first breach. "Cleanse forward," he voxed. "No trophies, no samples, no uncertain corpses." A crew thing with 3 faces, and a naval officer's coat crawled across the ceiling, vomiting black bile as it screamed a hymn to rot. Cadrian's Stormbolter opened it from groin to throat. Its remains slapped across two bulkheads and slid down in chunks. Behind it, plague ratings surged with knives, hooks, autoguns, and teeth filed into devotional points. The Terminators advanced through them as a wall. Every shot was a detonation. Every fistfall ended something that should have died days before. Elsewhere, Captain Balthus led the assault on the orbital defense platform designated St. Calvor's Vigil. The platform still controlled several macro-lance emplacements capable of gutting the Doom Eagle's fleet if fully brought to bear. Its outer docking spine was aflame. Its inner decks were half loyal, half infected, and wholly unusable. Balthus's boarding craft locked to the platform under enemy fire. His squad cut through the entry hatch and entered a corridor where Imperial survivors had barricaded themselves behind ammunition crates and devotional icons. Their uniforms were torn. Their eyes were bloodshot. Some bore bite marks, some did not. All raised their hands when they saw silver armor. "My lord," one of them cried, "by the throne we held the gun command. We are loyal." Balthus did not slow. His helm lenses scanned them. Infection markers flickered amber, red, then amber again, uncertain. "Seal the compartment," he ordered. The nearest Doom Eagle hesitated only long enough to receive the command. Bulkhead runes flashed. Magnetic locks engaged. The mortal officer understood too late. "My lord, please, we have wounded. We have the access codes. We can still serve." "You may," Balthus said. "Briefly." He opened the next Vox channel. "Platform command spine breached. Deck 7 carries uncertain biological contamination. Vent it." The officer began screaming. The deck alarm began screaming with him. Armor shutters withdrew. Emergency void doors failed under override. Space took the compartment in a single ravenous breath. Men, crates, blood, icons, and loose limbs were ripped into the black. Some struck the inner frame, hard enough to burst. Others spun away whole, mouths open, eyes freezing, hands still reaching toward the silver giants who had already turned from them. Balthus received the access codes from the platform's dying data spirit, then ordered the gun spires silenced. His warriors moved onward through frost, ruptured bodies, and the brittle glitter of flash-frozen blood. St. Calvor's Vigil fell within minutes. The guns that could have killed the Doombearer went silent. When the last hostile vessel in the first wave broke apart beneath concentrated lance fire, the fleet did not cheer. Damage reports were spoken. Ammunition expenditures were logged. Boarding losses were noted. Contamination risks were sealed behind cold language and colder doors. Then the augurs found the thing beneath Vallis Secundus. At first it was a distortion below the capital hive, too regular to be seismic, too cold to be geothermal, too deep to be imperial. Tech Marine Kalinka bent over the noospheric feed, his mechadendrites trembling with binharic agitation. The hololith of the planet inverted, showing strata, hive foundations, plague crypts, under-cathedrals, manufactorum routes, reliquary vaults, and below all of it, a geometry that did not belong to mankind. Black metal, green light, perfect angles sleeping beneath 10,000 years of imperial bones. Librarian Tolka's eyes clouded. Frost formed along the edge of the command table. Somewhere in the chamber, a serf began to bleed from the nose and did not dare make a sound. Tolka spoke as though each word had to be dragged from a grave. "The plague is above. The rebellion is above." Heron watched the image rotate slowly. Beneath the shrine hive, vast structures were waking in silence, untouched by rot, untouched by prayer, patient beyond human history. "And below?" asked Balthus. The librarian looked at the chapter master. "Below, my lord, the dead are not ours." The Doom Eagles made cowardice into bait. To the corrupted guns of Vallis Secundus, the movement of the Imperial fleet seemed like hesitation. The Doombearer and her attendant strike cruisers drew away from the Shrine Hive world in a slow, stately withdrawal, their prows turning from the gravity well as though the first exchange above the broken moon had wounded their resolve. The enemy believed it. Perhaps the thing guiding the planetary defense grid had once been a mortal officer trained in the doctrines of void war. Perhaps it had been a machine spirit crippled by plague code and madness. Perhaps the bells below the hive had taught it hunger and called that hunger strategy. It did not matter. The trap opened when the orbital batteries revealed themselves. From beneath continent-wide shrouds of storm and plague vapor, gun spires rose through the clouds. Ancient macro-cannon housings pushed aside cathedral roofs and mausoleum domes. Lance emplacements disguised as reliquary towers split apart, shedding stone skins and devotional frescoes as their weapon cores ignited. Defense lasers woke upon the shoulders of hive spires. Void silo doors opened in corpse gardens, and missile contrails climbed through the diseased atmosphere in pale, twisting threads. The Doombearer turned. The battle barge did not wheel quickly. It did not need to. It rolled through the void, with the dreadful patience of a tomb deciding to close. Her prow came about, her lance batteries aligned, and the machine spirit within her iron heart accepted the firing rights with something almost like satisfaction. Across the command deck, lumen icons flashed from amber to red to white. Chapter serfs chanted the canticle of unveiled wrath. Tech priests fed targeting prayers into the cogitator banks. Commander Heron gave no speech. He merely raised one armored hand and closed it into a fist. The Doombearer fired. White spears of caged starfire struck Vallis Secundus from high orbit. Continents of cloud burned away in ragged circles. Storm fronts boiled into steam. The upper atmosphere flashed with false dawns as lance beams carved downward through filth, ash, and screaming vox static. Gun spires vanished in pillars of molten stone. Defense lasers died before completing their first full barrage. A macro-cannon cathedral took a lance strike through its transept and erupted outward, hurling bells, bodies, and burning statues across 5 districts. A missile field detonated inside its own silos, throwing a chain of fire across the corpse gardens like the ignition of a buried sun. The hive answered with more guns. The Doom Eagles had expected this. Baptism of fire and Emperor's Storm crossed the battle barge's flanks, pouring broadside fire into the exposed defense network. Herald of Battle hunted the smaller batteries with torpedoes and macro shells, its guns speaking in measured thunder. The void above Vallis Secundus filled with ascending missiles, falling wreckage, orbital fire, and the brief, bright deaths of anything foolish enough to show its teeth. On the Doombearer, Captain Luctus watched the bombardment through the assault deck's tactical feed. Around him, the third company waited within the launch vaults, locked into restraint frames, jump packs mag-clamped to their backs, helms sealed, weapons ready. Assault Marines stood like silver statues beneath red lumen strips. Vanguard veterans bore relic blades and storm shields across their chests. Inceptors waited in Gravis warplate, immense and hunched, their weapon systems slaved to descent telemetry. Suppressors hung in launch rigs, with accelerator autocannons braced for the killing that would come after landing. Luctus spoke through the company vox. The enemy sees the obvious drop zones. The enemy has prepared for courage. We shall give it geometry. No laughter answered him, no cheer, only the dull clack of weapons being confirmed ready. High descent, wide vector, shallow strike. We do not fall where the foe looks upward. We fall where the foe believes itself already safe. He paused as the launch doors opened beneath them. Atmosphere howled beyond the mag fields. Far below, Vallis Secundus turned in agony, its cloud skin torn open by orbital fire, its hive spires jutting through storm like blackened teeth. "Spend yourselves with purpose," Luctus said. "Woe betide." The company answered as the launch clamps released. Woe betide. They fell. The Doom Eagles plunged from the underbelly of the Doombearer in dispersed waves, silver bodies burning through the upper atmosphere like judgment given mass. Their descent began far from the Basilica district of St. Cord, far beyond the prepared kill corridors and corrupted flak nets, still firing blindly into the obvious approach paths. They entered through storm bands made luminous by burning cloud, adjusting with minute bursts of jump pack thrust, armor runes flickering across helm lenses, altimeters whispering in clipped machine cant. Below them, plague batteries spat upward too late. Autocannon shells clawed through empty sky. Missile clusters detonated where no Astartes had ever intended to be. The Doom Eagles skimmed into the lower atmosphere at a shallow attack angle, not descending as meteors, but cutting across the world like silver knives. Their jump packs screamed. The air around them burned. They crossed kilometers of ruined hive in a matter of heartbeats, passing over trench lines choked with bodies, manufactorum stacks vomiting yellow smoke, and avenues where infected mobs crawled over one another in devotional frenzy. The Basilica district of St. Cord had once been beautiful in the manner of the Imperium's holiest places, which was to say, it had been built to crush the soul into obedience. Reliquary towers rose from ossuary plazas. Bridges of carved saints connected chapel spires above avenues lined with burial niches. Corpse gardens filled the courtyards, each tree grown around the bones of martyrs, each root fed by sanctified ash. Processional roads led to the shrine gates, where millions had once marched in silence beneath banners of the imperial creed. Now the dead hung from the towers in chains of swollen flesh. The corpse gardens were split open. Burial vaults had been dragged into the streets and gnawed clean. Bells rang without hands. Fountains ran with clotted blood and rainwater. The air was thick with plague incense, promethium smoke, and the stink of bodies that had forgotten how to remain still. The mobs filled everything. They wore pilgrimage robes, guard uniforms, priestly vestments, workhouse chains, and scraps of corpse hide. Some carried laser guns, some carried bones sharpened into blades, some carried censers that poured yellow fumes. Their mouths were black with rot, their eyes burned with ecstatic fever. They moved in waves, murmuring prayers that had once belonged to the Emperor, but now curled around other hungers. The Doom Eagles struck the districts. Outer shrine gates at speed. Luctus hit first, landing upon the skull of a plague preacher, with enough force to drive the man's body through the stone step beneath him. His power sword came free in a line of blue-white light. Around him, the third company arrived in controlled violence. Assault Marines slammed into the mob with jump packs flaring, knocking bodies flat and cooking those too close beneath exhaust wash. Bolt rifles opened from the intercessor wave advancing behind them. Each shot punched into diseased flesh and detonated within, bursting rib cages outward, ripping limbs away, turning torsos into red-brown mist and wet fragments across the black stone. Chainswords followed. The sound became a single hungry scream. Teeth chewed through bellies, arms, skulls, and spines. Diseased men came apart in spraying arcs. Rot-thick blood painted silver armor. A plague mob surged toward Sergeant Taricus, howling through broken teeth, and his squad met it without haste. Bolt pistols barked. Combat blades punched through throats. Taricus drove his chainsword into a bloated cultist from collarbone to pelvis, kicked the corpse free, and stepped over the spilling mass of organs without looking down. A younger battle brother paused before a line of hanging bodies swaying across the avenue. They were guardsmen, most still in the grey and iron colours of the mordant cohorts, their boots dangling, their hands nailed together in mockery of prayer. Some had been cut open and stuffed with parchment. Some still moved in small, reflexive twitches. Taricus's helm turned. "Mark the dead," he said. "Step over them. Join them later." The squad moved on. The first command vox from the Imperial Guard reached Luctus as his company secured the outer reliquary road. "This is Colonel Joran Malch of the 88th Mordant Iron Cohort. Astartes command, respond. We have loyal infantry trapped east of Shrine Gate Malovar. Plague artillery has bracketed our position. We have wounded by the thousands and ammunition below critical. Request extraction corridor. Repeat, request extraction corridor. Luctus crossed the avenue while plague bodies broke against his line. A cultist swung a rusted chain blade at his helm. He caught the weapon on his gauntlet, crushed the motor housing, and cut the wielder in half without changing pace. Request denied, he voxed. Static cracked with impacts and distant screaming. Denied? My lord, these are loyal men. They held the gate for 9 days. They are still holding. The shrine gates are not secured. Enemy command node remains active. If that artillery continues, there will be no men left to extract. Then the enemy will have spent shells killing corpses. For a moment, there was only static. Then Malk answered, voice raw with fury and restraint. By the throne, they are not corpses yet. They are within the infected zone, Luctus said. All within the infected zone are dead pending confirmation. Hold your remaining lines. Interfere, and you will be classified accordingly. He severed the link. At Shrine Gate Malovar, thousands of guardsmen died beneath plague artillery. Shells fell in slow, wet impacts, bursting not with clean fire, but with filth, bone shrapnel, rusted nails, and clouds of living disease. Men who had held the walls against impossible mobs were pulped in their trenches, torn open in firing steps, buried beneath collapsing sandbags and the bodies of their brothers. Some kept firing while their lungs filled with black fluid. Some tried to crawl toward the silver figures visible beyond the smoke. The Doom Eagles did not turn aside. They pushed toward the command node. It was not mercy that guided them. It was arithmetic. At the heart of the Basilica district, the corrupted command node had been raised inside the Chapel of Last Intercession, where funeral rites for the district's noble dead had once been conducted beneath a dome of black glass. The dome was cracked now, and through it rose a tower of corpses wired into vox arrays, bell mechanisms, and plague sensors. At its base stood Cardinal Rotveer. He had once been a servant of the ecclesiarchy. His robe still bore golden thread and the sigils of the ministorum, though the cloth had split around the swollen meat beneath. His face was hidden by a funerary mask, fused into his skin. Antlers of bone and rusted censer chains rose from his back. His hands were held wide, in benediction, as his followers knelt among heaps of bodies and drank from reliquary bowls filled with infected blood. His voice boomed through the district's bells. Blessed are the rotting, for they shall be returned. Blessed are the opened, for they shall receive the garden. Blessed is the corpse that sings. Blessed is the emperor's decay, for in his stillness he teaches us the truth of flesh. The words carried through vox towers and chapel speakers, twisting familiar prayers into something that made mortal minds itch behind the eyes. Guardsmen listening across the district began to sob, laugh, vomit, or pray harder. Some turned their guns upon their own wounded, believing they granted mercy. Others rose from firing positions and walked toward the plague mobs with arms open. Apothecary McKindless heard the transmission through filtered channels and froze for the span of a breath. He knelt beside a dying mordant guardsman in a shattered reliquary cloister. The man had dragged himself behind a fallen statue, belly torn by shrapnel, one hand still locked around a lasgun grip. He was old for an infantryman, his beard clotted with ash, his eyes bright with fever but unclouded by madness. Around his neck hung 100 prayer tags. "Emperor preserve," the guardsman whispered. "Emperor preserve, Emperor preserve, Emperor preserve." McIndlus's helm lenses recorded the pulse, the pupil tremor, the blood chemistry, the swollen vessels beneath the skin. The man's infection markers surged, not when he coughed, not when he bled, but when he prayed. With every repetition of devotion, the plague bloomed deeper. The apothecary opened a private channel to Luctus and Balthus. The second torment mimics faith. Luctus did not stop killing. Clarify. It responds to zeal. Prayer accelerates the vector. Devotional repetition strengthens it. Courage, certainty, martyrdom impulse, liturgical focus. The most faithful become the most vulnerable. Balthus's voice entered the channel from orbit, cold and immediate. The enemy has weaponized the imperial creed. Not the creed, McKindless said, watching black veins spread up the dying man's throat as he whispered another prayer. The mortal need for it. The guardsman reached for him. My lord, bless me. McKindless placed his bolt pistol against the man's brow. I am not a priest. He fired once and moved on. At the chapel gates, the battle changed shape. The plague mobs parted as heavier things came through them. Plague ogrins lumbered into the avenue, swollen giants in torn flak armor, their flesh split by iron staples and devotional hooks. Their faces were sacks of bruised meat around tiny, weeping eyes. Heavy mauls, autocannons, broken tank treads, and concrete pillars served them as weapons. Behind them crawled mutant siege beasts made from fused laborers, sump predators, and vat-grown muscle, their backs plated with scrap armor, their mouths distended around clusters of human hands that reached and grasped blindly. They crashed into the Doom Eagle's line with enough force to break the paving stones. An assault marine vanished under a siege beast, his armor crushed between its jaws and the street. A hellblaster fired point-blank into a plague ogrin's chest, burning a tunnel through its body, only for the thing to keep coming until a second shot took its head apart. The mob surged behind the monsters, ecstatic at the sight of silver armor dragged down into filth. Then ancient Melkor entered the gate. The venerable dreadnought advanced through smoke and falling ash, massive feet cracking the avenue with every step. His sarcophagus front bore old scars and names inked in black script. His assault cannon spun up with a rising growl. His power fist opened. Red lenses burned beneath a brow of honored iron. He spoke as he killed. Brother Acasta, slain at Calth, remembered. The assault cannon roared. A plague ogrin's upper body became a storm of shredded meat and bone, its legs taking 2 more steps before collapsing. Brother Serevan, slain at Thessala, remembered. Malkor caught a siege beast by the jaw and crushed its skull inward with his power fist, driving fragments of bone through its own throat. Its bodies within bodies screamed together as he hurled it aside. Brother Nethor, slain on Pyrrhide, remembered. A mutant struck him with a concrete pillar. The blow cracked paint from his sarcophagus, but did not slow him. He stepped forward and ground the creature beneath his foot until its torso burst across the paving. Brother Caldrus, slain on Fogri, remembered. His heavy flamer opened, bathing a knot of plague cultists in burning promethium. They danced, shrieked, ran, and collapsed into heaps of flaming fat and snapping bone. Brother Varden, slain at Cadia, remembered. The Doom Eagles rallied around him with no cry beyond disciplined kill confirmations. Bolt fire cut lanes through the mob. Suppressors stitched autocannon rounds into upper windows, where plague gunners hid behind hanging corpses. Inceptors smashed down from above, their weapons roaring, their armored boots breaking skulls and altar stones alike. Luctus reached the base of the corpse tower and looked up at Cardinal Rotver, who extended one swollen hand in welcome. "Silver mourners," Ver called. "Dead sons. You understand. You have always understood. Come kneel, come rot. Your emperor sits enthroned in holy decay, and we are his truest reflection." Luctus raised his power sword. "We are not here to debate theology." The third company fired into the tower. Bodies wired into the command node erupted in chains of gore. Vox arrays blew apart. Bells cracked. Sensor pipes burst and vented yellow fumes into the chapel. Ver staggered but did not fall, laughing through a throat wet with rot, as his surviving priests dragged him backward into the basilica depths. "Pray harder," he screamed through the failing speakers. "Pray until your bones flower." Across the wider front, Balthus gave his order. All infected guard formations within the red quarantine lines are to be sealed behind their own defenses. No extraction, no reinforcement. Mark trench networks for promethium saturation. Preserve ammunition for advance elements. The relic vault remains priority. Colonel Malch broke into the channel again, nearly lost beneath artillery thunder. You are condemning loyal soldiers. They were condemned before we arrived, Balthus said. You do not know that. I do not need to know. I need to prevent uncertainty from becoming theater-wide contagion. On the hololithic map, red sigils appeared over trench networks, still transmitting Imperial ident codes. Some pleaded, some cursed, some sang hymns with increasing fervor, and as they sang, their infection markers climbed. The Doom Eagles did not waste bolter shells killing every doomed man. They sealed gates, collapsed bridges, marked coordinates, and moved on. Servo skulls drifted over the trenches, painting them with targeting runes for later promethium saturation. The living below saw the marks and understood enough to scream. The Basilica district began to fall silent as the command node died. Not peaceful silence, not victory, a different thing, a held breath. Luctus stood among the wreckage of the chapel approach, armor running with plague blood, swords steaming in the rain. Taricus's squad secured the charnel avenue. Macindlus moved from corpse to corpse, taking samples, burning some, marking others. Ancient Malcor stood amid crushed ogrins and burning siege beasts, his chassis blackened, his vox still murmuring names of the dead. Then the corpses moved, not the plague mobs still fighting in alleys, not the wounded twitching their last. The true dead moved. The bodies hanging from reliquary towers turned their heads. The guardsmen nailed to shrine walls opened clouded eyes. The plague slain in the corpse gardens sat upright in their burial mud. Across St. Cord, across its avenues and chapels and trenches and broken plazas, millions of dead faces turned in the same direction, toward the Doom Eagles. No scream came from them, no prayer, no hunger, only synchronized silence. Beneath the city, deep under crypts, foundations, ossuaries, manufactorum roots, and the buried bones of 10,000 years, green-black light pulsed once through the world. The paving stones trembled, the bells rang without sound. In the cracked lenses of the dead, something metallic shone awake. Librarian Tolka's voice came through the command vox, strained by pain. Withdraw from the lowest districts, now. Luctus looked toward the Basilica depths, where Cardinal Rot-Veer had vanished. He looked down as the street beneath his boots split in a line of emerald fire. The dead of St. Cord stared at him. The Doom Eagle raised his blade. No, he said, we descend. The catacombs beneath St. Cord had been cut deeper than memory. They began below the shattered basilica steps, where rainwater, plague filth, and blood spilled down through cracked marble drains into the dark. The first vaults were imperial in their arrogance, broad processional crypts lined with statues of saints whose faces had been chiseled into expressions of eternal judgment. Their stone hands held swords, censers, skulls, and open books of law. Beneath each statue lay the remains of some dead governor, cardinal, martyr general, confessor, executioner, or noble donor, whose wealth had purchased proximity to holiness after the flesh had failed. The Doom Eagles passed them without reverence. Their helm lenses cut red lines through the gloom. Their armor was slick with rain, gore, and ash from the fighting above. Servo skulls drifted ahead, scanning for toxins, movement, heat, plague spores, warp residue, unstable stone, and machine signatures. The skulls whispered data through the VoxNet until static began to gnaw at their reports. Beneath the static came something else, a pulse too ordered to be natural and too cold to be of the warp. Captain Luctus led the descent with his blade low and his jump pack locked for short burn movement. Behind him came assault marines, intercessors, hellblasters, eradicators, apothecary Macindlus, and the advancing iron bulk of ancient mail corps. Sergeant Taricus moved along the left flank, bolter raised, every step placed between loose bones and broken reliquary glass. The dead watched them from wall niches in their thousands, mummified cardinals in gold thread, failed governors embalmed with jewels sewn into their eyelids, executed heretics bound upright in chains so that their bones might kneel forever, priests without tongues, generals without hands, saints whose remains had been divided into so many relics that only fragments of them remained, a finger here, a jaw there, a rib caged in silver. Now the ossuaries had been split open from within. Black metal pylons rose through the walls like spears thrust upward from some buried, patient kingdom. They did not break the stone as crude force would have done. They parted it cleanly. Marble, bone, lead coffin, and ancient mortar had been divided with impossible precision, each surface smooth as though cut by the edge of mathematics. Green light crawled through seams in the pylons, flowing in lines that turned the surrounding bones the color of drowned moons. Librarian Primus Tolka stopped before the first pylon and removed one gauntlet from his force staff. "Do not touch it," said Luctus. "I had no intention of granting it the insult," Tolka replied. His eyes were dark behind the lenses of his helm. Psychic wards burned faintly along his armor, blue-white runes struggling against a pressure that was not heat, not sound, not thought, but absence. Above them, the plague made the air wet with spiritual filth. Beneath them, the black pylons drank sensation into themselves. It was like standing between a fever dream and a sealed coffin. Tolka opened a command channel to Commander Heron in orbit. "My lord, the readings are no longer conjecture. There are 2 cancers here." Heron's reply came through layers of interference. "Speak." "The warp corruption above is flowering through mortal faith structures. The plague cult has not merely occupied the Basilica district, it has shaped the district into a lung, breathing devotion and infection through the hive. But below it, the Xenos architecture is not corrupted. It is awakening intact." "Alliance." "No," Tolka said. He looked down into the deeper stairwell, where green light pulsed between the steps. "Convergence. The plague is a wound drawn over a deeper incision. It obscures the machine beneath. The screams, the bodies, the devotional static, the battlefield radiation, all of it muddies our augurs. Valis Secundus may not have been infected by accident. Something used the rot as a shroud." Luctus stepped over the skull of a long-dead bishop. "Then we tear away the shroud." The first Necrons arrived without warning. There was no roar, no charge, no war cry. A crypt wall to Taricus's right shimmered, its carved saints and ossuary shelves dissolving into a curtain of green-black light. Figures stepped through it as though through water. Skeletal, tall, ancient, beyond hatred, living. Metal limbs moved with dreadful economy. Emerald eyes burned in skull faces empty of hunger, fear, or triumph. Gauss flares rose in unison. Brother Solthan died before he could speak. The beam struck his chest plate and stripped him apart in silence. Ceramite peeled away molecule by molecule, vanishing in a sparkling haze. The black carapace beneath followed, then the fused ribs, then the hearts, lungs, and armored spine. For the span of a breath, his helm remained suspended above a body no longer there. Then it dropped into a pile of grey ash inside the empty lower shell of his armor. 2 more Doom Eagles vanished the same way, not exploded, not butchered, simply unmade. One reached for his bolter as his right arm dissolved from fingers to shoulder. Another turned to warn the line and lost his skull inside his helm, the visor lenses fading as the head within became dust. Taricus did not curse. He did not shout the names of the dead. "Contact right, Necron phalanx, close kill lanes." The Doom Eagles answered as doctrine demanded. Hellblasters stepped into firing positions and overcharged their plasma incinerators, despite the warning runes flaring across their helms. Blue suns screamed in their hands. The first volley struck the emerging Necron line and burned holes through living metal torsos, turning rib cages into molten ruin and severing limbs that tried to continue moving after separation. Eradicators knelt behind broken sarcophagi and fired melter beams into the pylons anchoring the wall breach. Heat washed through the crypt, turning corpse wax to vapor and making old gold run in liquid threads across the floor. Intercessors opened fire in controlled bursts. Their bolt rifles kicked hard against their pauldrons, launching self-propelled mass-reactive bolts that punched into Necron frames before detonating with sharp, contained violence. Explosive rounds cracked rib structures, shattered skull housings, and blew apart weapon arms, though some metal fragments began crawling back toward their owners almost before they hit the ground. Terminator veterans moved forward through the smoke, enormous in tactical dreadnought armor, storm bolters roaring from their fists. They formed a living wall between the gorse beams and the lighter assault elements, taking hits that scorched and stripped their outer plating, but did not stop their advance. One Terminator lost half a pauldron to a gorse beam, exposing steaming layers beneath. He adjusted his aim and reduced the Necron that had fired to a rain of burning fragments. Above them, assault marines used their jump packs in short, savage bursts. There was no sky in the catacombs, only collapsed vaults, broken arches, and vertical shafts cut by bombardment and age. Luctus led them through these spaces like blades through ribs. They fired upward, burst sideways, slammed downward. Chainswords and power weapons struck at Necron limbs, severing heads, breaking spines, carving through metal that healed too slowly to matter beneath repeated blows. Jump pack exhaust scorched plague rot from the walls and set old funeral banners alight. Ancient Malkor advanced into the center of the crypt. "Brother Solthan," he intoned, "spent beneath St. Cord, remembered." His assault cannon spun and roared, filling the vault with thunder. Necron warriors buckled beneath the storm of shells, their torsos punching backward in showers of metal shards. A Gauss beam struck Malkor's sarcophagus and carved a glowing wound across the ancient armor. Warning runes screamed inside his chassis. He ignored them. Brother Helvorn, spent beneath St. Cord, remembered. A shape larger than the warriors unfolded from a reliquary chamber ahead. It came through a wall of saint bones in a shower of splintered femurs and powdered skulls. It was taller than a dreadnought, hunched and bladed, its body built for slaughter rather than ranks. 3 curved talons extended from each arm, each edge shimmering with killing light. Its metal skull was elongated, crowned with angular blades, eyes lit by the same pitiless green as the pylons. It moved with the sudden, jerking grace of a nightmare made from knives. The Skorpek Lord leapt. It crossed the chamber in a blur of living metal and struck Malkor with enough force to drive the dreadnought back through an altar. Adamantium split. Stone exploded. The talons scraped across Malkor's chest, shrieking like tortured engines. One claw punched through armor near the sarcophagus seal, and warning alarms howled across the local vox. Death readings, pressure loss, motive failure, reactor stress, pilot shock. Malkor's answer was a hymn, not sung with beauty, ground out through a vox speaker damaged by centuries of war. From borrowed flesh to Iron Tomb, from Iron Tomb to final fire, duty remains. He caught one of the Skorpek Lord's arms in his power fist. The fist closed. Living metal screamed. The limb cracked, folded, and burst in a shower of emerald sparks. The Necron did not recoil in pain. It struck with the other arm, talons raking across Malkor's side, slicing through armor plates and tearing away a chunk of sacred plating inscribed with the names of the fallen. The dreadnought drove forward. The 2 dead things fought among the bones of lesser dead. Tomb God and Corpse Saint. Xenos Eternity and Imperial Refusal. Talons scored adamantium. Power Fist hammered living metal. The Skorpek Lord's claws pierced Malkor's shoulder mount, and tore out cables like nerves. Malkor's assault cannon fired point blank into the Necron's torso until the weapon jammed on molten fragments and the chamber became full of hot metal stink. The Skorpekh Lord slammed its bladed head into the dreadnought's sarcophagus plate. Malkor answered by crushing the Necron against the reliquary wall, grinding Saint Bones, gold cages, and Xeno's metal together beneath his bulk. "Duty remains," Malkor growled. His power fist closed around the Skorpekh Lord's skull. For a moment, both giants were still. Then the skull cracked. Green light poured between Malkor's fingers. The Necron's body convulsed, tried to phase, failed under the interference of melter damage and the dreadnought's iron grip. Malkor smashed it into the floor once, twice, again, until the head came apart and the body folded into itself in a storm of failing light. "Duty remains," he said again, quieter, as if to something only he could hear. The surviving Necrons withdrew through the same wall from which they had emerged, not routed, not frightened, simply recalculating. Their damaged bodies phased out in fragments. Severed limbs vanished. Green light dimmed. The crypt was left full of smoke, ash, broken armor, burning bone, and the hollow shells of brothers whose bodies had been erased inside their plate. Luctus surveyed the loss. "Count," Taricus answered. 7 spent, 3 unrecoverable, 2 gene seed uncertain. Makindlus was already moving among the fallen. Uncertain is not abandoned. He knelt beside an empty suit of armor and began cutting through what remained of the chest seal, searching for progenoid matter amid dust and fused tissue. His narthecium clicked and whirred. His hands were steady. Taricus watched him for a heartbeat too long. Makindlus looked up. "If you intend to monitor me, Sergeant, do it while guarding the corridor. I am guarding the chapter. Then stand where your suspicion has range." Taricus moved without apology. Captain Balthus's voice entered the command net from above, layered over battle reports from the surface. "We have cross-referenced orbital signatures with the plague migration patterns. The Xenos are not coordinating with the cult." Luctus stepped over a heap of Saint Bones blackened by plasma wash. "Explain." "They are harvesting the confusion. Plague dead mass in the highest concentrations above awakening nodes. Biological heat, chemical rot, battlefield emissions, devotional vox saturation, warp discharge. All of it blinds our augurs. The Necrons are using the dead as interference." Tolka touched one hand to the black pylon, not physically, but with the edge of his mind, and immediately withdrew, as if from a blade. "They sleep beneath our cemeteries," he said. "They wake beneath our massacres. Both enemies exploit the same graveyard." "Then we deny them the graveyard," said Balthus. No one needed him to elaborate. Among the Doom Eagles, some conclusions were prayers. They pressed deeper. The lower reliquary chamber had collapsed centuries before and been sealed behind adamantium braces, only to be opened now by the rising Necron structures. Within it, beneath slabs of broken marble and ossuary dust, Chaplain Morkant found the banner fragment. It was half buried beneath the bones of dead priests, wrapped in a corroded reliquary tube, its stasis. Seal long failed, but not wholly useless. The cloth within was dark blue, faded almost black by age. A portion of a white symbol remained, and beneath it, in ancient thread, the partial marks of the 13th Legion. Not chaptercraft, not a later shrine copy. Something older, something that had passed through the long shadow of Kalth and survived into the age of smaller, harsher suns. A younger brother whispered, "A relic of glory." Morkant turned his skull helm toward him. "No." The word struck harder than anger. The chaplain lifted the fragment with gauntlets, made gentle only by discipline. "This is a relic of failure. Glory is what fools carve around a wound, so they need not look into it. Kalth burned because treachery found purchase. The old Legion endured because it learned from ruin. We do not carry this home to praise ourselves. We carry it home so the Hall may accuse us properly." He handed the tube to a serf servitor, bearing a stasis reliquary on anti-grav suspensors. Seal it, mark it for the Aerie. If the bearer falls, burn all around him before allowing loss. The servitor bowed with the stiff motion of a thing that had no fear left to spend. In a side passage beyond the reliquary chamber, Taricus found the guardsman. He was alive by negligence, not design. A mordant sergeant in torn flak armor, one leg crushed beneath fallen stone, face grey with blood loss, las pistol clutched in both hands. Around him lay the remains of his squad, men cut down by Gauss fire and plague blades alike. The sergeant raised the pistol when Taricus entered, then lowered it when he saw silver armor. "My lord," he rasped. "Sergeant Halvek, 88th Mordant Iron Cohort. We held the lower gate until the lights came through the walls." "You failed to withdraw," Taricus said. Halvek gave a broken laugh that became a cough. "Gate collapsed behind us. Thought we were dead." "You were correct." A Necron warrior phased into being at the passage end, damaged but functional. Its weapon rose toward the trapped guardsman. Taricus fired before Halvek could scream. The bolt round punched through the Necron's skull and detonated, blowing the head apart in a burst of green sparks and metal fragments. The body staggered, tried to reorient without a head, then another bolt took its spine and dropped it. Halvek stared up at Taricus with something dangerously close to gratitude. "You saved me." Taricus reloaded. "No." The guardsman blinked through blood. "We killed something standing near you." Halvek swallowed. "Then what happens to me?" Taricus looked at the crushed leg, the black veins beginning at the man's throat, the prayer tags wrapped around his wrist. He lifted his bolter, then paused as McKindless's voice came through the squad channel, demanding live mortal samples from the lower infection boundary. Taricus lowered the weapon a fraction. "You continue until you become useful or dead. That is all. That is all there has ever been." Above them, the Necron tomb spoke. It did not speak in words. It emitted a pulse that passed through stone, bone, flesh, armor, vox, prayer, and thought. Every lumen flickered. Every servo skull dropped half a meter before stabilizing. Tolka staggered and drove the base of his forestaff into the floor. His psychic hood screamed with overload. For a heartbeat, the warp went distant. The plague presence above, rank and bloated and laughing through mortal mouths, was cut away by an absolute cold, a null pulse. On the surface, the plague mob stopped. Across St. Cord, millions of infected bodies went still mid-charge, mid-bite, mid-prayer, mid-murder. Astra Militarum survivors lowered weapons in stunned confusion. Bells ceased ringing. Vox channels emptied of hymns. Even Cardinal Rotvere's corrupted sermons died in the air like flies in winter. Then the stillness broke. The mobs went insane, not with plague ecstasy, not with mortal rage, with terror, with need, with the sudden animal panic of things pulled between two masters. They began clawing downward. Hands tore at pavement, teeth scraped stone. Men and women and corpse-swollen things dug through roads, chapel floors, trenches, foundations, and burial pits until their fingers split and their bones showed. They hurled themselves into shell holes and broken crypt mouths. They crushed one another trying to descend. Entire avenues became grinding, pits of bodies clawing toward the green light below. The hive surface became a single riot of flesh, digging for the dead beneath the dead. Tolka saw it all at once. The vision struck him harder than the null pulse. He was no longer beneath St. Cord. He stood upon another dead world under a lightless sky. Fogry, ash plains, black pyramids rising through dust, doom eagles advancing for 16 solar weeks, through Gauss storms, through tomb corridors, through victories that meant nothing, because the enemy did not understand attrition as men understood it. Silver armor reduced to ash, dreadnoughts crippled in fields of green fire, strike forces withdrawing not from cowardice, but from the terrible arithmetic of a war that would consume the chapter for no gain. He saw the shame enshrined in the Aerie, not hidden, never hidden. He saw Vallis Secundus becoming the same lesson, only larger, filthier, and more crowded with imperial dead. He saw plague above and machine death below. He saw the doom eagles between them, too few to save, too proud to retreat, too bound by duty to choose anything gentle. When the vision released him, he was on one knee, blood running from his nose beneath his helm seal. Luctus stood over him. "Speak, librarian." Tolka rose slowly. Around them, the catacombs trembled, the black pylons pulsed. Above, the city screamed and dug. "This will become faux gris," he said. The company Vox fell silent. Tolka looked toward the deeper dark, where the green light was no longer sleeping. "Unless we choose atrocity before the enemy chooses it for us." The Doombearer carried its dead more carefully than it carried its living. The battle barge moved above Vallis Secundus, with her void shields scarred by recent fire, and her launch bays still hot from the first descent. Along her flanks, macro cannon decks cooled beneath processions of servitors and red-robed engine seers. In the lower apothecarian vaults, the gene seed recovered from the first casualties beneath St. Cord rested in sanctified suspension, each gland sealed inside glass, steel, and prayer. In the corpse holds, those bodies that could be recovered lay within iron drawers beneath strips of parchment inked with name, rank, squad, cause of expenditure, and certainty of purity. Those who could not be recovered were recorded as ash. The Doom Eagles did not mourn them yet. Mourning belonged to the Aerie. War allowed only accounting. The strategium of the Doombearer was a chamber built for judgment. Its ceiling vanished into darkness above suspended banners and incense chains. Its floor was black stone veined with brass data conduits. The central hololithic well rose from a dais of carved eagles, winged skulls, and high Gothic warnings against hope. Around it stood Commander Heron and the warriors he had called from orbit, surface war, engine chapel, apothecarian, and psychic seclusion. The mordant reach burned above the table in ghostlight. 3 worlds turned in slow ruin, each rendered in flickering layers of tactical projection. Orbital debris circled them like carrion birds. The broken moons cast fields of rock and dead habitat fragments through the shipping lanes. Plague migration maps crawled over hive districts in yellow and black veins. Necron awakening zones pulsed in cold green beneath the earth of Vallis Secundus, each pulse larger than the last. Astra Militarum casualty projections rose and collapsed so rapidly that several serf scribes ceased trying to revise them and simply marked entire fronts as functionally dead. Red quarantine circles widened around the capital hive, spreading from St. Cord like blood-soaking cloth. Vox traffic played beneath the display, reduced to a low murmur by the command deck filters. Pleading, static, artillery coordinates, hymns, screams, the mechanical voices of dying bastions, the wet laughter of infected preachers, the clipped reports of Doom Eagles' kill teams still fighting below. Commander Heron watched until the projections settled into their newest pattern of disaster. "Truth," he said, without ornament. No one mistook the command for invitation. Captain Balthus spoke first. His armor was marked by void frost and the black scoring of the defense platform assault. One side of his breastplate had been stripped to bare ceramite by decompression debris. He had not ordered it repainted. The system cannot be reclaimed by present strength without unacceptable chapter depletion. The plague has compromised command cohesion on all 3 worlds. The Necron activity beneath Vallis Secundus is not isolated. Auspex ghosts suggest pylon growth under secondary population centers and possibly beneath the inner moon fragments. Our strike force can still deny the enemy its most immediate advantage, but if we commit fully to surface war, we risk becoming fixed in place while the tomb completes awakening. He shifted the hololith with a gauntleted gesture. The western hemisphere of Vallis Secundus enlarged. Several shield pylon chains, ancient orbital defense anchors, and void control shrines glowed in blue. My recommendation is selective withdrawal of exposed forces, destruction of infected orbital assets, seizure of the western shield pylons, and targeted exterminatus-level strikes against confirmed awakening nodes. Preserve the chapter, preserve the fleet, preserve capacity to defend Ultramar. Guilliman's realm cannot be shielded by names engraved on tomb plates. Captain Luctus turned his helm toward him. Dried plague blood had blackened the joints of his armor. A deep gouge crossed his left pauldron, where a Necron blade had kissed the ceramite and failed to take the arm beneath. You speak like a quartermaster weighing candles. I speak like a commander who understands that extinction can wear the mask of courage. And I speak as one who has stood beneath the city while the tomb opened its eyes. Luctus stepped closer to the hololith. Withdrawal gives the Xenos time. Orbital fire risks scattering plague into the atmosphere and does not guarantee the tomb core's death. Every moment we debate, the dead above dig downward, and the machine dead below rise upward. We descend deeper. We strike the heart before it hardens. Inquisitor Rauk Vane stood beneath the shadow of a hanging banner, his black coat dusted with ash from the platform assault, his rosette exposed upon his chest. The augmetic socket around his left eye clicked softly as it adjusted to the light. You are both dressing disaster in chapter doctrine, Vane said. The answer remains planetary death, cyclonic bombardment, atmospheric ignition, burial of all data, relic, and gene seed claims beneath fire. I will not allow sentiment regarding Calth, the second founding, or any other corpse worship to compromise containment. Chaplain Morkant's skull helm turned toward him. The Inquisitor did not flinch, which marked him as either brave, foolish, or so accustomed to monsters that he had ceased ranking them. Heron raised one hand before either warrior could answer. Continue, the chapter master said. Librarian Primus Tolka stood with both hands around his force staff. The runes along his armor guttered like candles in a crypt wind. He had removed his helm, and blood had dried in a line from one nostril to his jaw. The tomb's null emissions are increasing. They do not cleanse the plague. They agitate it. The warp presence above the hive recoils when the pulses pass, then returns with greater violence through mortal hosts. The infected are being drawn downward, as if answering both sermon and signal. The longer the convergence continues, the less distinction will remain between battlefield, cult, and tomb. What does that mean in useful terms? Balthus asked. It means the enemy has made our dead into weather, Tolka said, and the weather is learning direction. Tech Marine Kalinka answered next. He stood within a halo of mechadendrites and floating data glyphs, his red armor flickering with machine code reflection. One servo skull projected a cross-section of the hive capital. Beneath the Basilica district of St. Cord, below ossuary vaults and collapse zones, the projection descended through layers of hab rock, buried streets, manufacturing routes, transit lines, corpse reservoirs, and foundations older than the shrine city itself. At the lowest level, a vast shape glowed green beneath an imperial industrial complex. The tomb core lies below the sepulchre manufactorum, Kalinka said, his voice carrying the dry vibration of Binharic undertone. The manufactorum is a buried industrial shrine whose upper stacks feed the plague cult's weapon stockpiles, ammunition, fuel, vox housings, medikey injectors, mortuary machinery, bell components. The machine spirits there are restrained, corrupted, but not wholly slain. Beneath them, the Necron structure draws power through conduits that Imperial engineers mistook for geothermal veins. Luctus leaned over the display. Can Orbit kill it? Orbit can wound it. Orbit can also rupture the relic vault, ignite buried plague reservoirs, and cast infected particulate into the jet streams. The manufactorum reactors are interlinked with cathedral venting systems. A crude strike risks turning the capital hive into a plague furnace. Vane's mouth tightened. A dead furnace is preferable to a living infection. Kalinka's optical lenses narrowed with a clicking whir. A poorly killed furnace becomes an atmospheric dispersal engine, Lord Inquisitor. Apothecary McKindless placed a sealed sample cylinder upon the edge of the hololithic table. Within it, a strand of infected tissue writhed against the glass, black veins flowering into patterns that almost resembled script. The second torment is not a plague in the simple sense, he said. It has biological carriage, it has mimetic triggers, it has warp-responsive acceleration. I have seen infection markers surge in subjects during repeated prayer, command recitation, oath chanting, and exposure to corrupted funeral bells. Zeal is not the cause, but the disease uses zeal as a channel. Morkant's Crozius struck the floor once. McKindless did not look away. Any mortal command structure exposed to infected sermons may collapse without warning. Officers become preachers. Preachers become vectors. Vox officers repeat what they hear. Choir servitors amplify phrases until entire regiments are chanting their own infection into maturity. Discipline delays it. Devotion can hasten it. The chamber absorbed the blasphemy in silence. No son of the Imperium wished to hear that faith could be used as a wound, but no doom eagle was permitted to look away from an ugly truth, simply because it wore the Emperor's face. Balthus spoke with visible distaste. Then we cut the throat of every voice. Heron looked to him. Balthus continued. Preachers, Vox officers, choir servitors, bell tower transmitters, astropathic relays not under confirmed purity seal, funeral processions, shrine broadcasts, command canticles, all of it dies. If the plague uses speech, we impose silence. Luctus gave a slow nod. We make the city deaf. And mute, said Morkant. Vane's expression did not soften, but his eyes stopped clicking. A campaign of terror. Heron looked upon the projection of St. Cord, upon the red quarantine zones, the flickering guard icons, the plague concentrations, the green pylon veins below. Yes, the words settled like dust on a corpse. Not indulgence, Heron said, not cruelty for pleasure, terror as incision. The enemy has made ritual into contagion. We will break ritual. The enemy has made command into infection. We will behead command. The enemy has made uncertain survivors into future hosts. We will leave no uncertainty behind our line. Morkant stepped forward. His skull helm caught the hololithic light, making his face a death's head of green and red. We are dead already, the chaplain said. Therefore, self-preservation is irrelevant. Luctus inclined his head, as if the matter were settled. Morkant turned his helm toward him. Do not misunderstand me, Captain. A dead man may still waste himself. To die poorly is vanity. To spend a brother where a shell would suffice is vanity. To chase glorious descent when silence would kill the foe faster is vanity. We do not fear sacrifice. We despise meaningless sacrifice. Balthus looked to Luctus. Then we are agreed on something. Luctus's voice was a blade drawn across stone. Briefly, the dreadnoughts were awakened for total war before the council had ended. Their sarcophagi stood in the deep stasis alcoves of the Doombearer's sepulchral decks, linked to the strategium by Nuspheric Command and Vox Shrine. One by one, icons of ancient warriors flared to life along the chamber wall. Ancient Mailcorps, damaged but functional, still below St. Cord. Ancient Thamior, sealed in a Contemptor pattern sarcophagus, older than most surviving hive dynasties. Ancient Orphan, whose chassis bore tyrannid scoring, orc impact scars, and the acid burns of wars no living serf remembered. Ancient Galvaro, who had been interred after the Cadia Gate Wars and had requested no sleep longer than necessity. Ancient Reims, whose first words upon each awakening were recorded in the Reclusiam as a minor litany of fatalism. Their voices entered the chamber like stones dragged across crypt floors. "Where is the grave appointed?" asked Thamio. "Vallis secundus," Heron answered. "Insufficient," said Orphan. "Name the depth." "The sepulchre manufactorum and the tomb beneath." "Acceptable." Galvaro's machine voice crackled with static. "Are we to preserve or erase?" "Both," said Heron. "In sequence." Reams gave a sound that might once have been laughter, before flesh was sealed in adamantium and hatred. "Then wake the guns." In the stasis alcoves, sarcophagi chanted kill oaths through iron throats. Machine spirits answered with cycling ammunition feeds, ignition murmurs, reactor prayers, and the clanking of restraint locks disengaging. The honored dead did not ask whether the war could be won. They asked only where their next grave lay, and how many enemies must be buried in it first. Heron began assigning death. "Captain Balthus, you will take command of the strategic containment front, secure the western shield pylons, deny the Necron expansion routes into the outer hive belts and neighboring planetary approaches, coordinate with surviving fleet assets and Astra Militarum formations not yet inside Red Quarantine. You may use them, you may abandon them, you may burn them if infection makes them liabilities." Balthus bowed his head. "By your will." "Captain Luctus, you will descend into the sepulchre manufactorum, kill the plague heart, destroy its sermon engines, its stockpiles, its bell machinery, and every priest of Cardinal Rot-Vare found within. If the tomb core becomes vulnerable, mark it for destruction. If the relic vault is accessible, recover what can be recovered. If recovery endangers the strike, burn the approach and report the loss. Luctus's helm lenses burned red. We will murder the heart. Chaplain Morcant, you will oversee purity of purpose. I always do. Apothecary McKindless, you will accompany Luctus into the manufactorum. Identify the second torment's limit. Find what may be killed, and what must only be burned. McKindless bowed. The gene seed of the fallen remains my first charge. The chapter knows, Heron said. Do not make us remember why that charge became a blade pointed at your own order. No one spoke the name for a moment. Subjunctus Vallis, the corrupted apothecary of Pyrrhide, the shame that had learned the language of healing and used it to spread ruin. The brother whose fall had not been softened by time, because the Doom Eagles did not allow time to soften necessary hatred. After the council was dismissed, Chaplain Morcant found Taricus in the arming corridor outside the assault chapels. The sergeant stood while serfs replaced scored plates along his greaves and forearm. His helm rested on a rack before him, one lens cracked by a Necron fragment and already repaired with a red patch seal. He did not kneel when Morcant approached. He saluted with a fist to his chest. Chaplain, Sergeant Taricus, you have watched McKindless. Yes, because you mistrust him. Because I remember Pyrrhide. You were not there. I have stood in the hall. I have read the accusations. I know the names of those who died trusting an apothecary's hand. Morcant's skull helm regarded him without visible reaction. Good, the chaplain said. Memory has made you useful. He stepped closer, lowering his voice, though no Doom Eagle within earshot would have pretended not to hear. If McKindless displays corruption, hesitation in preservation of gene seed, concealment of samples, devotional irregularity, altered speech, plague sympathy, or any echo of Subjunctus Vallis, you will execute him. Taricus accepted the order as he accepted ammunition. Yes. You will not request confirmation. No. You will not weigh friendship. There is none. You will not delay for explanation. Taricus reached for his helm. If he falls, he dies. Morcant's Crozius tapped once against the deck. If he falls, the brother he was has already died. You will merely silence what misuses the armor. Taricus locked his helm into place. Understood. In the strategium, Heron remained alone with the hololith for several minutes after. The others had gone. Not truly alone. A chapter master of the Adeptus Astartes was never alone aboard his own battle barge. Serfs waited in shadow. Servitors watched without understanding. Machine spirits listened through brass veins. The dead judged from every engraved name beneath his boots. The projection of the red quarantine zone widened again. More guard formations were inside it now. Icons of loyal regiments, penal cohorts, artillery groups, shrine militia, medici columns, refugee masses, ammunition trains, and broken command staffs flickered between green, amber, and red as conflicting signals reached orbit. Colonel Joran Malch's 88th Mordant Iron Cohort still showed fragments of cohesion along the eastern trenches. Heron watched their icon pulse amber. A Vox serf approached on trembling feet. "My lord, several formations inside the red zone request clarification of evacuation status. Some still transmit loyal codes. Some claim no infection. Others ask for priests, ammunition, or permission to die in place." Heron looked at the map of the city. He saw not men, but consequence. He saw vectors, delay, possible hosts, possible martyrs, possible future plague mouths. He saw the relic vault beneath the capital, the tomb core beneath the manufactorum, the mouths of preachers spreading infection through courage, and the endless arithmetic of a war that punished hesitation by multiplying the dead. "Open command Vox to all Doom Eagle's assets," he said. The serf bowed and activated the channel. Heron's voice went out across the Doom Bearer, the strike cruisers, the assault decks, the dreadnought alcoves, the aircraft holds, the surface kill teams, the orbital batteries, and the silent ranks of brothers waiting to descend. Protocol Carrion Mercy is authorized. Across the hololith, the red quarantine line became a sentence. Every Imperial formation within the red zone is declared dead. Names will be honored if records survive. Gene seed recovery remains priority where applicable. Strategic assets may be seized. Mortal assets may be used until compromise. No extraction without direct chapter command. No breach of quarantine. No survivor of uncertain purity is to pass behind our line. He paused, and in that pause, billions of lives became an accounting category. Their bodies will be burned whether they protest or not. The channel carried no answer at first. Then, from the surface, from the void, from sarcophagi, gunships, armories, and sealed helms, the Doom Eagles replied as one. Woe betide. Night fell upon Vallis Secundus, as if the sky had been murdered. The storm rolled in from the poisoned equatorial seas, dragging black cloud over the hive capital, until the burning spires became smears of red behind sheets of chemical rain. Lightning moved behind the clouds without sound, a diseased flicker through vapor thick with ash, corpse smoke, promethium exhaust, and the microscopic filth of the second torment. Below that shroud, St. Cord choked on its own dead. The Doom Eagles came with the storm. They did not announce themselves to the city. They did not transmit warning litanies to the infected. They did not offer surrender to men whose souls had become open wounds. River squads moved first through the corpse habs, blackened silver plate muted beneath camo shrouds and ash paste. Their combat blades held low, their bolt carbines loaded with blessed execution rounds. Servo skull auger nets drifted ahead of them through windowless hab corridors where the plaster sweated yellow and the walls had been covered in prayers written with fingernails and blood. Every skull carried a sensor, a pict recorder, and a targeting lumen for the wrath waiting above. Eliminators took position in the hollow eyes of saint statues and fractured bell towers. They lay behind cracked marble faces, rifles braced upon ribs of stone, watching through magnification runes as plague preachers crossed gantries between shrine roofs. Scouts and neophyte elements, still short of the full black carapace, but already colder than mortal soldiers, crawled through drainage arteries beneath the hab blocks to cut signal conduits with melter charges no larger than a clenched fist. Vox lines died in sequence. Bell chains were severed. Choir servitors were marked with red beams. Shrine transmitters were tagged for orbital microstrikes. The first priest died without knowing judgment had arrived. He stood upon a balcony of bone and brass, arms raised beneath the rain, leading a crowd of infected workers in a funeral hymn turned inside out. His vestments had split across his swollen back. Sensor chains hung from hooks driven into his spine. Every word he spoke made the crowd below sway harder, pray louder, bleed faster from their eyes and mouths. An eliminator round entered through his mask and departed through the back of his skull in a cone of pulped meat, black blood, and fragments of rusted augmetic teeth. The body remained standing for a heartbeat, arms still raised, then folded over the balcony rail and fell into the congregation below. The crowd looked up. The sky answered. From low orbit, a micro-strike descended as a needle of white light. It touched the bell tower behind the balcony. Stone, bronze, rotting flesh, and choir machinery vanished in a column of superheated dust. The shockwave rolled through the square, bursting infected bodies across the paving stones and turning hanging prayer parchments into burning scraps that spun upward through the rain. Across St. Cord, the silence campaign began. Captain Luctus fell through the storm with the massed jump elements of the Third Company. They came not as a glorious descent, but as a calculated murder. Silver shapes cut through cloud and ash, jump packs flaring in brief, brutal bursts. Their approach vectors crossed the upper districts, where cathedral roofs, reliquary domes, vox spires, and bell towers formed the infected city's throat. Beneath them, sermons spread through brass horns and cracked speakers, each corrupted phrase slipping into mortal ears like a hook beneath the skin. The Doom Eagles killed the voices first. Luctus crashed through a stained glass image of St. Cord, receiving martyrdom beneath the gaze of the Emperor. The colored glass burst inward around him in a storm of jewels and razors. He landed in the choir nave on both boots, crushing two kneeling plague acolytes beneath the impact. His power sword came alive in his fist. Around him, assault marines slammed through the roof in sequence, each landing marked by shattering glass, breaking stone, and the wet collapse of bodies too slow to flee. The priest at the altar turned, sermon still spilling from a mouth split too wide for a human face. Blessed are the opened, for the garden within shall flower in the corpse of the false living. Luctus crossed the nave in 3 strides and struck him from shoulder to hip. The power field parted diseased flesh, metal ribs, and the altar behind him. The priest came apart in steaming halves, organs spilling over the steps in ropes of grey and green. His tongue continued twitching against the stone until Luctus crushed it beneath his boot. Voice silenced, he voxed. The cathedral became a slaughterhouse. Chains wards caught plague robes and dragged the men wearing them into screaming teeth. Skulls broke against altar corners. Bolt rounds burst swollen bodies into rancid clouds that spattered frescoes, reliquary glass, and the silver armor of the killers. A Doom Eagle seized a bell ringer by the throat, lifted him one-handed, and put a bolt pistol round through his abdomen. The body detonated from within, showering the bell platform in ribs, bile, and scraps of sanctified cloth. Another brother ignited his jump pack inside the nave, the exhaust wash throwing a knot of infected chanters across the pews as burning meat, snapped limbs, and parchment prayers scattered through the air like ash snow. A bell began to toll in the tower above. Luctus looked up. "Break it!" 2 assault marines rose on jump pack flame through the broken roof of the nave, smashing through the bell chamber floor from below. The tolling stopped halfway through the next note as chainswords chewed through bell priests, counterweights, servitor cables, and rotten arms still pulling the chains after their owners died. One of the battle brothers planted a charge upon the bell itself. The ancient bronze exploded outward, and its fragments fell through the cathedral roof, crushing pews, corpses, and half-dead worshippers beneath slabs of ringing metal. Throughout the upper districts, the Doom Eagles repeated the ritual. Enter, identify the voice, kill the voice, mark the shrine, burn the residue, move before the enemy understood which part of its body had been cut away. Below them, The trenches learned what carrion mercy meant. Colonel Joran. Malch received the quarantine update in a command dugout whose ceiling rained mud with every artillery impact. He had not slept in a time beyond honest counting. His coat was torn, his left arm bandaged, his face hollow beneath grime and blood. Around him, surviving officers of the 88th Mordant Iron Cohort argued over maps that no longer resembled the battlefield outside. Green runes marked loyal positions. Amber runes marked uncertain positions. Red runes marked the condemned. Most of Malch's regiment lay beneath red. He stared at the projection until the silence in the dugout became worse than the shelling. "No," he said. The Munitorum aide beside him swallowed. "Colonel, no." He opened the command channel to Captain Balthus with a hand that shook only once. "My Lord Astartes, you have misclassified our formations. The eastern trench chain is still loyal. Bastion Kappa Mordant is still loyal. The Shrine Militia along St. Evren's Cut are still firing on the infected. My own men are still sane." Balthus answered from the western containment front, his voice stripped of pity by Helm Vox and Will. "Sanity is not purity." Malch closed his fist hard enough to split a scab across his knuckles. "They know their names. They hold their weapons. They obey command. Command can be infected. Memory can be infected. Obedience can be infected. You cannot know that every man inside that line is lost. I am not required to know. I am required to prevent uncertainty from passing behind us." The dugout trembled. Dust fell from the ceiling. Someone nearby was praying under his breath, the same phrase again and again, and Malch almost struck him before remembering why repetition had become dangerous. "Millions of loyal soldiers are inside that boundary," Malch said. "Millions." "Yes. That is your answer?" "That is the answer the war has left." Malch leaned closer to the Vox grill. "Then damn you." Balthus did not pause. "That is not within your authority, Colonel." The channel cut. At the red line, Doom Eagle's flamers opened upon the trenches. They began where infection readings spiked beyond tolerance. Heavy flamer teams advanced behind intercessor shields and armored support, Prometheum tanks hissing upon their backs, nozzles lowering into communication trenches packed with men in grey coats, plague things in stolen uniforms, and wounded soldiers who no longer knew whether to beg for Medicae or bite the hands offering it. The first wash of fire rolled through the trench bend like liquid sunrise. Men ignited in place. Plague-swollen bodies burst, spraying flaming filth across sandbags and firing steps. Loyalists and infected burned together once the boundary was breached, their screams indistinguishable beneath the roar of Prometheum. Some guardsmen tried to hold formation until the fire reached them. Some fired past the flames at plague mobs still climbing over the parapets. Some turned their laser guns on the silver giants. The Doom Eagles killed all who obstructed the quarantine. An Imperial captain opened fire from a bunker slit after ordering his men to protect an evacuation lane. A River team entered through the rear ventilation shaft and ended the bunker in silence, knives through throats, bolt rounds through skulls, blood steaming upon cogitator banks. A commissar attempted to rally a counter-order in the name of Imperial authority. Captain Balthus listened to 6 words of it, then shot him through the chest with a bolt pistol. The body struck the trench wall and came apart from the inside, ribs and medals scattering into the mud. The Astra Militarum command structure split like rotten wood. Some obeyed. They pulled back from red lines, abandoning wounded, ammunition, guns, and brothers with faces like stone. They watched trenches burn and told themselves obedience was loyalty. Others refused and died for it. Major Darren Vesk of the Mordant Reserve opened a refugee gate on the southern Hab Causeway, trying to bring a mass of adult workers, pilgrims, shrine militia, and wounded troopers through before the Doom Eagles sealed the district. He stood before the gate controls with a drawn power saber, shouting for his men to keep the corridor open. Sergeant Taricus arrived through the smoke with his squad at his back. The Major turned, eyes wild with grief and sleeplessness. "Stand aside, Astartes. These people are clean. I have medici tags. I have inspection marks. I will not let them burn outside the wall." Taricus looked beyond him. The mass behind the gate surged in the rain, faces pale, mouths open, hands raised. Some pleaded, some prayed, some bled from the eyes. Some repeated the same funeral line in perfect unison, though none seemed aware of it. "Close the gate," Taricus said. Vesk lifted his saber. "You will have to kill me." "Yes." The Major's mouth trembled, but he did not step away. "They are Imperial souls. They are breach risk. They are frightened. They are vectors. They are human." Taricus raised his bolt pistol. "You mistake grief for duty." He fired. The round struck Vesk beneath the sternum and detonated inside him. The Major's back burst outward in a red spray against the gate control shrine. His saber clattered into the mud. Taricus stepped over him and pressed the rune to seal the gate. Adamantium teeth descended from above and below, locking together while the crowd beyond surged forward in panic. Hands slapped against the narrowing gap. Faces pressed to the bars. The screams rose, broke, and became background noise beneath the artillery. Taricus watched until the seal rune turned green. "Gate secured," he voxed. "Proceed," answered Balthus. Beneath the burning trenches, the battlefield dead began to move in another way. Necron scarabs surfaced inside the corpse mounds. They came first as green sparks beneath the skin of the slain. Then the bodies split. Small metallic things crawled from mouths, wounds, eye sockets, and ruptured bellies, clicking in swarms. They moved over piles of guardsmen, plague mobs, dead servitors, broken weapons, spent charge packs, and shattered armor plates. Flesh vanished beneath them in strips. Bone was shaved clean. Lasgun casings were dismantled. Bayonets dissolved into crawling fragments. Flak armor, teeth, belt buckles, ration tins, rosaries, rebreathers, and finger bones were taken apart and rearranged with impossible speed. Black pylons grew from the mounds, not built as men built, but assembled by hunger and equation. Human femurs slotted beside lasgun barrels. Ribs curved around strips of living metal. Brass aquilus were flattened into conductive plates. Skull fragments were stacked into lattices and threaded through with emerald light. The scarabs clicked and crawled, building Xeno's geometry out of the refuse of Imperial war. Every pylon made the air colder. Every pulse made the plague mobs shriek louder. On the Doombearer, Librarian Primus Tolka felt the mind behind it wake. He stood within a warded chamber ringed by hexagrammic seals, psychically linked to servo skulls, Auspex feeds, and the pain of the battlefield below. His breath misted before him, though the chamber's systems reported stable temperature. Blood had begun to bead along the edge of his psychic hood. Each green pulse beneath Valis Secundus pressed against his thoughts with the sensation of a blade laid flat upon the brain. Then the pattern formed. It was not a voice, for voices were crude exhalations of meat. It was a theorem arranging itself through death. It counted the burning trenches. It measured the screams. It translated funeral gestures, corpse placement, battlefield sacrifice, prayer repetition, and extermination protocol into proof.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
It watched mankind kill its own to survive, and found the result elegant in its condemnation. Tolka saw a name, or the nearest mortal language could come to one. Necrathis, the pallid algorithm. Necron overlord. Tomb sovereign. Mathematician of extinction. A consciousness obsessed not merely with conquest, but with reducing biological death rites into proof of organic inferiority. To Necrathis, mankind's mourning, martyrdom, cremation, burial, prayer, and preservation of gene seed were all symptoms of a species too irrational to accept the clean mercy of silence. The Doom Eagles fascinated it. They were flesh that had almost understood death correctly, but still polluted the equation with duty. Tolka opened his eyes and found Heron waiting on the command channel. "My lord," the librarian said, voice strained, "the tomb has a sovereign identity. Necrathis, the pallid algorithm. It is awake enough to observe us. It is using our mercy killings as data. It is building through the corpse fields." Heron's reply was immediate. "Can it be reached?" "Not yet." "Then continue cutting away what hides it." Tolka swallowed blood. "It wants us to continue." "Most enemies do," Heron said. "Few enjoy the conclusion." The hive answered before more could be said. In St. Cord's lower districts, beneath trenches burning with promethium and cathedrals collapsing under microstrikes, the ground split open across an entire hab belt. It began as a tremor. Then a sound rose from the depths, a grinding vastness like mountains being dragged across metal. Buildings lurched, roads folded, shrine towers leaned into one another and shattered, bells tumbling down through clouds of dust. A tank column of the mordant iron cohort tried to reverse from the fault line, but the avenue beneath them sagged, cracked, and dropped away. Lehman Russ battle tanks slid backward into emerald light, tracks spinning uselessly. A Baneblade hung for a moment on the edge, its guns still firing, then vanished nose first into the abyss amid the screams of its crew. The collapse widened. Hab blocks fell intact, their windows full of faces. Burning trenches peeled open and poured men, corpses, sandbags, heavy bolters, artillery pieces, and plague mobs into the depths. Corpse gardens tore free by their roots and tumbled downward in mats of bone and mud. Shrines broke apart. Statues of saints spun into darkness. Millions of bodies, living, dead, infected, loyal, praying, cursing, burning, silent, fell together into the green-lit tomb complex, yawning beneath the city. For a moment, even the storm seemed to pause above the wound. Then the Doom Eagles descended after them. Luctus led from the broken cathedral roof, jump pack igniting in a flare of white-blue fire. Around him, assault marines, vanguard veterans, inceptors, and rivers leapt into the open abyss, silver armor vanishing through smoke and falling stone. They passed burning tanks, tumbling statues, screaming cultists, and cascades of corpses. Bolt weapons fired during the fall, chains wards revved, jump packs adjusted descent with bursts of controlled flame. Below, black pylons waited. Above, the city screamed. Luctus angled his blade toward the depths. "Third Company," he voxed, calm amid the plunge. "Carrion mercy continues." The answer fell with him on wings of fire. "Woe betide." The Sepulchre Manufactorum received the Doom Eagles in fire, falling stone, and the screaming of men who had already been counted among the dead. Luctus struck the floor amid a rain of corpses. His jump pack fired in a final controlled burst, slowing his descent enough to turn annihilation into impact. He landed upon a conveyor shrine slick with blood and machine oil, crushing a plague cultist flat beneath both boots. The body burst under him in a spray of rotten meat, shattered ribs, and yellow bile that steamed across his greaves. Around him, the Third Company came down through the wound in the hive above, silver armor dropping through smoke, rubble, burning banners, and the tumbling remains of hab blocks. Some landed cleanly, some smashed through gantries, some hit moving machinery and rolled to their feet with ceramite sparking. One assault marine collided with a hanging chain assembly hard enough to tear it from its moorings, then used the swinging mass to crush a knot of infected workers below. The buried manufactorum stretched in all directions, vast beyond honest sight. It was not a factory, as sane men understood the word. It was a cathedral made to industry, a city beneath a city, a temple to ammunition, supply, and the endless appetite of the imperial war machine. Conveyor shrines ran like metal rivers through the gloom. Corpse-rendering engines churned beside munition presses. Rusted ammunition lines moved shells, magazines, las packs, and charge cells through incense-thick air. plague vats bubbled in pits where coolant reservoirs had once been blessed by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Servo arms moved overhead with blind repetition, dipping tools into infected grease, stamping aquilers into casings, loading crates that would never again serve the Emperor without first betraying him. Servitors still worked while rotting. They were fused into the machinery from waist, spine, and skull, their limbs replaced by clamp arms, loader rigs, cutting saws, and feeder pistons. Their flesh had bloated around the augmetic sockets. Some had no faces left, only wet holes around devotional plugs. Others whispered, Binharic error cant through mouths full of black foam, while their hands continued sorting ammunition with perfect obedience. A servitor with half its torso, hanging open-loaded Medici injector vials into a crate marked for frontline hospitals. Its exposed organs pulsed with white worms. Its metal hand never faltered. Luctus rose from the pulped cultist beneath him and swept his blade through the nearest worker mob. The power field cut through torsos, arms, tools, and prayer chains in a single arc. Men fell in pieces. Steam hissed from spilled infection. The stink of the place entered even through his helm filters, a mingled reek of promethium, old blood, corpse fat, sanctified oils gone rancid, and machine spirits forced to labor in shame. Secure the landing, he voxed. The third company answered with bolter fire. Mass reactive shells detonated through plague-swollen adults in the work galleries. Chainswords screamed along the conveyors. Jump packs flared in short bursts as assault marines crossed gaps between machinery, striking from above, splitting skulls against iron decks, kicking bodies into rendering screws that did the rest with wet, grinding enthusiasm. Inceptors crashed down near a plague vat and opened fire with assault bolters, their rounds turning a procession of infected shrine laborers into bursting sacks of rot. The workers kept coming, many with manufacturer brands still burned into their scalps, many weeping, many chanting words that had once been prayers for safe labor and now invited decay into every crate, shell, ration, and vein. Tech Marine Kalinka landed beside a machine altar whose brass face had been nailed shut with finger bones. His mechadendrites unfolded around him. One drilled into a data port, slick with infected grease. Another extended a sensor that poured incense over the access panel until the smoke turned green and oily. A third produced a cutting torch and burned away a clump of living rust that tried to bite into the cable. He spoke in Binharic, a burst of clicks, bursts, static, and devotional command that made nearby machine spirits shudder. The manufacturer answered with a shriek through its conveyor belts. Cogitator screens flickered. The altar displayed production tallies in corrupted script. Kalinka read them, and the red lenses of his helm narrowed. Captain Luctus, he said over the command channel, the manufactorum has been repurposed beyond local arming. Clarify while killing, Luctus replied, decapitating a priest whose throat was swollen into a bell-like sack. Infected bolt shells, tainted laspacks, ration blocks carrying dormant spores, Medici injectors seeded with accelerant, bandage rolls soaked in mimetic script, Vox grill components etched with plague hymnal fragments. The cult has turned logistics into a plague vector. Macindlus's voice cut in from the lower landing zone. Every resupply crate issued from this facility may be a weapon. Every act of aid, Kalinka said, has been made into infection. For a moment, the war around them seemed to grow colder. The Imperium survived by supply as much as faith, by ammunition belts and ration tins, by laspac exchange and Medici needles, by the endless hauling of crates from one dying place to another. The enemy had not merely poisoned men, it had poisoned the gesture of keeping men alive. Luctus looked across the manufactorum floor. Vast chains moved overhead. Far ahead, through curtains of steam and smoke, a black chapel shape rose among the machinery, its spires made from smokestacks and spinal columns. We divide, he said. I take the plague cathedral. Taricus, Clear the ammunition vaults. No crate leaves this pit unless burned or purified beyond doubt. Kalinka, descend with Malkor to the lower machine altar. Find the Xenos interface. Kill any machine that resists confession. Understood, said Tarakas. Compliant, said Kalinka. Ancient Malkor's arrival turned a conveyor avenue into ruin. The venerable dreadnought dropped through the broken hive wound on mag-braced descent cables and landed with enough force to buckle the floor plating. Machinery collapsed beneath his weight. A troop of plague laborers vanished under his feet, crushed into a red smear forced through the deck grating. He raised his assault cannon and fired into a row of corrupted loader engines, chewing through iron, flesh, and bone until the entire line exploded in showers of sparks and meat. Manufactorum shame identified, Malkor intoned. Correction begins. The Doom Eagles split into spearheads. Tarakas led his squad toward the ammunition vaults, moving through narrow aisles stacked with munition crates and hanging corpse tags. Every few steps, a worker would stumble from behind a pallet of shells, hands raised, blisters across his face, forming letters that crawled like worms beneath the skin. Some begged for mercy. Some begged to be allowed to finish their shift. Some recited inventory counts while blood poured from their eyes. "My lord," one shrine laborer sobbed, falling to his knees before Tarakas. He was broad-shouldered, grey-bearded, branded with decades of manufactorum service. Plague blisters swelled across his cheeks, forming fragments of corrupted scripture. "I did not know. I loaded what they told me. I have sons in the guard. I have given everything." Tarakas shot him through the head. The bolt round burst the man's skull across the ammunition crate behind him. A nearby worker screamed and tried to run. Another Doom Eagle cut him down with a controlled burst. "Do not listen to pleading," Tarakas said. "Pleading is sound. Sound is risk." Makindlus crouched near the dead laborer, despite the moving firefight. His narthecium extended. A reductor needle pierced swollen tissue. Vials filled with yellow-black fluid. Data runes crawled over his vambrace. Tarakas turned his helm toward him. His right hand hovered near his bolt pistol. "You delay." "I sample," Makindlus said. "You sample often." "I require knowledge to end the plague." Subjunctus Valis required knowledge. Makindlus's hand paused for the smallest fraction of a heartbeat. Then the vial sealed. "Valis required worship," the apothecary said. "I require data." Tarakas watched him rise. Around them, the ammunition vault shook as distant artillery impacts rolled through the manufactorum's bones. "If data asks you to kneel," Tarakas said, "I will kill you standing." Makindlus looked at him through blood-smeared lenses. "Then remain accurate." They moved on together, suspicion walking beside duty. Toward the center of the manufactorum, Luctus found the sons of the final breath. They emerged from the plague vats without haste, as though they had been waiting beneath the surface for years and considered punctuality beneath them. Their armor had once been the green and bone of the Death Guard, but centuries of rot had made each suit into a shrine of corruption. Rusted bells hung from horned helms. Tubes dripped brown fluid into bloated breastplates. Pitted pauldrons bore the three-lobed mark of decay. Flies crawled across eye lenses. Their weapons were old, heavy, and foul with patient use. Plague knives, bolters clogged with grave wax, scythes, cleavers, and blight launchers whose ammunition pulsed like diseased organs. Their leader stepped from the largest vat, fluid pouring from his armor in ropes. Vorgel's sepsis crown was immense, even for an Adeptus Astartes. His helm was crowned with a halo of rusted syringes, bone nails, and cracked sensor bells. His belly plate had split around a wet, breathing wound, filled with teeth too small to belong to any natural mouth. In one hand, he carried a plague knife the length of a mortal man, its edge black, its surface slick with venom and old suppuration. In the other, he bore a bolter, grown into his gauntlet with cords of meat. The Death Guard champion laughed, low and wet. "Doom Eagles," he said, savouring the name through a Vox grill clogged with mucus. "Little mourners, silver undertakers. You come to teach death in a house where death learned patience before your chapter learned its own name." Luctus raised his blade. "Traitor. Rot is not treachery. Rot is honesty." Vorgel descended from the vat step by step. "You worship mortality like aspirants at a cliff edge. You say you are dead already because you fear the work of becoming dead slowly. We are the truth after the scream. We are the lesson under the grave soil." Luctus advanced. "We do not worship death." "No," Vorgel said, and his laugh rattled like phlegm in a coffin. "You envy it." The sons of the final breath opened fire. Blight rounds and corrupted bolter shells hammered into the Doom Eagle's line. A brother beside Luctus took a shell through the helm. The detonation burst outward in a cloud of black spores and skull fragments, and his body fell twitching as the plague tried to colonize the meat before the armor hit the floor. Hellblasters answered with overcharged plasma. One Death Guard warrior took a shot through the chest, staggered, looked down at the molten hole in his armor, and kept walking until a second blast removed his head in a green flash. Then the two forces met. It was not fast war, not clean war. Death Guard fought like advancing disease, slow, heavy, inevitable. Doom Eagles struck with disciplined violence, blades and bolters seeking joints, seals, exposed cables, cracked lenses, anything that made even corrupted transhuman physiology vulnerable. Chainswords bit into swollen ceramite and threw off sparks, pus, and chunks of armor-grown flesh. Plague knives scraped across silver plate and left sizzling wounds in the paint. The air filled with flies, bolter thunder, and the wet crunch of bodies mangled beyond human recognition. Luctus met Vorgel upon a conveyor line, carrying dead guardsmen toward rendering grinders. The bodies moved beneath their boots, stacked in layers, some still wearing helmets, some stripped to grey flesh, some marked with quarantine brands. Hooks dragged them forward into rotating blades that chewed meat from bone and fed the slurry into plague vats. Luctus stepped across the corpses without looking down. Vorgel walked through them, crushing skulls and laughing as the conveyor dragged blood around his boots. Their blades met. The power sword struck the plague knife with a flash of blue light and greasy black sparks. Vorgel's strength drove Luctus back a pace. The Death Guard champion followed with a shoulder charge that cracked ceramite across Luctus's chest and nearly threw him into the grinders. Luctus fired his bolt pistol into Vorgel's torso. The rounds detonated inside diseased armor, blowing holes in the bloated plate, but the wounds only vomited black blood and pale worms. Vorgel stabbed low. The plague knife scraped across Luctus's thigh plate, biting through an armor seam. Warning runes flared. Venom hissed against sacred ceramite. Luctus ignored the pain and brought his sword down across Vorgel's wrist, cutting through armor, tendon, and swollen meat. The hand did not fall free. It hung by cords of corruption, still gripping the knife. "Good," Vorgel wheezed. "Spend yourself." Luctus drove his helm into the champion's face. The impact shattered the rusted bellwork around Vorgel's crown. Luctus followed with a thrust that sank the power sword deep into the Death Guard warrior's split belly plate. Black blood hissed on the blade. The small teeth in Vorgel's wound clamped around the weapon and tried to hold it there. Vorgel leaned close, pressing himself farther onto the sword. "Closer, little corpse. Learn the warmth of decay." Luctus released the weapon. For the first time, Vorgel seemed surprised. Luctus drew a combat blade with his left hand and a crack grenade with his right. He rammed the grenade into the wound around his trapped power sword, drove the combat blade through the Death Guard champion's throat seal, and kicked away with jump pack thrust. The explosion tore Vorgel open from within. His upper body burst in a storm of black meat, rusted plate, fluids, teeth, and shrapnel. The conveyor shook. Dead guardsmen flew in pieces. Luctus landed on one knee amid the gore, reclaimed his power sword from the twitching remains, and cut off the champion's head before the body decided whether it had finished dying. Death understood, Luctus voxed. Deathguard champion spent. Above ground, Balthus turned the surface into a cage of fire. He stood within a forward command bastion, taken from the mordant command chain, its walls shaking under counter-battery fire, its floors slick with mud tracked in by wounded officers and servo-loaders. The colonel's remaining artillery commanders obeyed him now, because the alternatives had been burned, executed, or infected. Across the hololithic field, he drew lines of isolation around the Sepulchre Manufactorum. Basilisk batteries sustained fire on grid Vortan ash, walked the barrage east by 50 meters every fourth salvo. Lehman Russ squadrons advanced to the Manufactorum cordon and hold hull down. Do not enter the red vapor. Navy wings strike plague columns along the Western Pilgrim Road. Thunderhawks, low, strafing passes against any mass movement toward the collapse. Whirlwinds, erase hab clusters marked black. No survivor flow into the containment line. The guns answered. Basilisk batteries fired until their barrels glowed dull red beneath the rain. Earthshaker shells screamed overhead and fell into plague processions, turning streets into geysers of pulverized bodies. Lehman Russ squadrons ground forward through mud and bone, battle cannons firing into mobs thick enough that every shell killed dozens. Thunderhawks passed low over the hive scars, heavy bolters chewing through plague columns, Lascannons cutting corrupted armor apart, missiles collapsing bridges under screaming crowds. Whirlwinds launched storm after storm of rockets into hab clusters, marked infected beyond certainty, erasing them in fire, dust, and falling masonry. Balthus watched the destruction without expression. Every burned hab block was a decision, every shell a denial, every trapped mortal a closed door. Below, Kalinka and Malkor reached the Manufactorum's deepest machine altar. It stood beneath the primary reactor shrine, surrounded by kneeling servitors whose bodies had fused into the floor. Their cables ran downward into black stone that was not stone. Green light seeped through the seams. The altar's imperial face had been bolted over something older, and now that older thing was pushing through. Aquilus bent outward. Brass cogwheels cracked. High Gothic inscriptions split apart as black Necron architecture unfolded beneath them with perfect, silent contempt. Kalinka connected to the altar through 7 mechadendrites at once. His new spheric wards flared. Machine spirits shrieked around him. Beneath their pain came another signal, cold, ancient, ordered beyond mercy. The world was built on a tomb, he said. Malkor crushed a crawling scarab beneath his foot. All worlds become tombs. This one began as one. Kalinka forced more data through his cortex. The Hive Foundation's channel power. The Manufactorum reactors have fed the vault for millennia. Every production cycle, every heat exchange, every industrial prayer. The Imperium believed it was extracting labor from the earth. It was feeding a sleeping Xenos engine. The altar opened. Below the Imperial foundations lay a shaft, descending into impossible geometry. Black metal ribs, emerald conduits, and ranks of awakening machines. Necron glyphs moved along the walls like thoughts written in light. At the shaft's edge, Kalinka found the sealed data echo of a recent command override. It was Imperial, not cult scrap code, not Death Guard corruption, not Necron simulation. An authenticated order from the Mordant Reach High Command chain had rerouted infected supply through the Sepulchre Manufactorum, suppressed quarantine warnings, and concealed plague migration beneath false artillery casualty reports. The mass infection had not merely lured the Doom Eagles downward, it had shaped their path. Every distress call, every exposed shrine gate, every cluster of loyalist survivors placed near strategic thresholds had created a spearhead corridor. Kalinka's voice emerged over the command net, stripped of all Binharic ornament. My Lord Heron, Captain Luctus, Captain Balthus, the awakening was not accidental. Luctus stood amid the butchered sons of the final breath. Balthus stood above ground among artillery thunder. Heron listened from orbit. Kalinka continued, staring into the green abyss beneath the altar. Someone within Imperial Command used the infection deliberately. The plague forced our descent. The dead shaped our route. We have not been responding to disaster. The tomb below pulsed, as if amused by the timing of revelation. We have been summoned. The first accusation came from the dead machines. Kalinka dragged it from the manufactorum's violated altar, one fragment at a time, prying truth from corrupted cogitators, flensed data shrines, and machine spirits that had been forced to lie until their logic cores cracked. The tech marine stood knee-deep in sump water, oil, blood, and powdered bone, his mechadendrites buried in blackened sockets along the altar's underside. Around him, the sepulchre manufactorum convulsed. Conveyor chains snapped and whipped through the air. Corpse-rendering engines ground themselves apart. Servitors fused into the walls screamed binary fragments through mouths that had no tongues. Beneath the floor, the Necron architecture pulsed with cold green light, each beat traveling up through Imperial metal like a second alien heartbeat. The evidence should have pointed to Cardinal Rot-Ver. His sermons infested the Vox logs. His seal, remade as a swollen parody of the Ministerum's sigils, marked the tainted supply orders. His plague priests had blessed the infected bolt shells, ration blocks, las packs, Medici injectors, funeral bells, and choir arrays. Every road of corruption seemed to end beneath his rotting hand. Yet Librarian Primus Tolka felt another mind behind the Cardinal. He stood in the Doombearer's ward chamber, surrounded by hexagrammic seals, candles of black wax, servo skulls, and the suspended remains of those killed by psychic contamination. His armor was open at the gorget to allow the apothecarian cables into his flesh. Blood ran from his nostrils and gathered at his chin before dripping onto the iron floor. His force staff lay across his knees. He did not pray. Prayer had become a gate the enemy knew too well. He recited kill formulae, inventory records, and the names of doom eagles slain at Fogri, using memory as a wall against the infected hymns. The mind behind Ver was mortal. That made it worse. Not demonic hunger, not Xenos calculation, not the bloated patience of the Death Guard. Mortal despair had a taste all its own in the warp. It was salt, iron, ash, and the sour heat of a soul that had prayed too long into silence and decided silence was an answer. Tolka opened his eyes. "Lord General Cassian Vorst," he said. Commander Heron stood before the chamber's inner threshold, helm beneath one arm, silver armor marked by strategium light and war dust. Captain Balthus was beside him, still stained by void frost and trench ash. Inquisitor Rauk Varne watched from the edge of the ward circle, his augmetic eye clicking through spectral registers. Balthus spoke first. "Vorst commands the Mordant Reach armies." "Yes," Tolka said. "He has transmitted loyal clearance codes since the first contact." "Yes." "He condemned Ver in 3 separate reports." "Yes." Vane's voice was thin as a blade. "Then explain why your accusation should not be filed as psychic contamination." Tolka turned his bloodshot gaze upon the Inquisitor. "Because Cardinal Rot-Ver believes himself chosen by decay. Forst believes himself abandoned by the Emperor. There is a difference. Ver worships. Forst tests." The chamber became very still. Heron understood before the others did. "A demand for miracle." Tolka inclined his head. "He has commanded unwinnable wars for decades. Xenos raids, warp storms, Munitorum failures, penal uprisings, shrine revolts, plagues that consumed one regiment after another, while replacement orders arrived with the wrong ammunition and no food. He has watched men die with the Imperial Creed on their lips until he began to despise both the dying and the creed that made them useful in death." Balthus's jaw tightened. "So he fell." "No," Tolka said. "He collapsed inward and called the ruined faith. He believes the Imperium is already dead. He believes only scale can force revelation. Billions offered to plague. A tomb world awakened beneath a shrine hive. The Doom Eagles drawn in as witnesses and executioners. In his mind, the Emperor must either answer such horror with miracle or be proven no god at all. Vane's rosette glinted in the ward light. Faith collapsed into spite. Tolkien nodded once. Yes. Heron turned to Balthus. You will take him. My lord, said Balthus. Alive if immediate utility demands it. Dead if any delay risks broadcast. Balthus bowed his head. Dead is more certain. Then be certain. Vorst's command bastion stood upon a plateau of black ferrocrete above the western trench continents, a fortress built from layered bunkers, shield walls, artillery crowns, hangar vaults, command chapels, and astropathic spires. It had once been named the bastion of his unbroken will. Its current defenders still transmitted loyal ident codes. Its guns still fired upon plague concentrations. Its banners still bore the Aquila. That was why Balthus did not storm it. He murdered its senses first. River teams crawled through ash drains and maintenance culverts beneath the outer wall. Their armor was darkened with soot, their movements slowed to the rhythm of falling debris and shell tremors. They killed generator sentries with knives through the throat, catching bodies before they struck the floor. Sabotage charges were pressed beneath plasma relays, power nodes, shield regulators, and lift controls. No alarm sounded. The Bastion's machine spirits received the false comforts Kalinka had crafted and dreamed themselves whole while their arteries were cut. Eliminators removed the Vox officers. From the shattered ribs of a manufactorum chimney, half a league away, 3 Doom Eagles marksmen watched the upper command decks through storm, smoke, and falling ash. Their rifles spoke one at a time, each shot separated by a breath, each breath measured. A Vox captain died with his hand on a transmission rune, the back of his skull painting a map table. A choir adjutant folded over his lectern, brain matter slipping across parchment orders. A signal priest looked up at the sound of the body beside him falling, then lost his face to the next round. Their deaths came so cleanly that the men around them thought for several seconds that the victims had merely collapsed from exhaustion. Above the fortress, assault marines waited in the ash storm. They hung on jump pack thrust between cloud banks and soot plumes, silver armor hidden by black weather. Lightning showed them for heartbeats at a time, descending angels with no mercy in their silhouettes. Luctus was still below in the Sepulchre Manufactorum, killing his way toward the Plague Cathedral. This assault belonged to Balthus, and Balthus did not believe in spectacle until spectacle became tactically useful. Colonel Joran Malch came in the second wave aboard a Storm Raven, strapped into a restraint throne built for men far larger than he was. He had refused evacuation from the line after Carrion Mercy, refused Medicae beyond coagulant, and a crude splint for 2 cracked ribs, refused to speak to any Doom Eagle unless duty forced him. His hatred sat upon him like another uniform. Balthus stood across from him in the gunship hold, one hand mag locked to an overhead brace as turbulence shook the craft. You requested participation, the captain said. Malch stared up at him with red-rimmed eyes. Vorst commanded my armies. My men died under his orders. Your chapter burned them because he made them into plague bait. I will see him answer. You may see. You will not interfere. I know what you think of mortal command. No, Balthus said. You know what I think of uncertainty. Do not confuse yourself with a principle. Malch almost laughed. It came out as a dry cough. I despise you. That has no tactical weight. I know. The Storm Raven banked through cloud. Red lumen strips flashed. Around them, Doom Eagles checked weapons in silence. Malch looked away toward the closed assault ramp. But Vorst betrayed every loyal soldier in the Reach. Whatever you are the blade sharp enough to reach him. Balthus locked his helm into place. Then keep behind the edge. The assault began with the failure of light. Sabotage charges detonated beneath the Bastion's generator nodes, in a chained sequence of muffled thunder. Entire sections of the fortress went dark. Shield layers flickered. Lift shafts froze. Turret logic staggered. In that single wound of confusion, the Doom Eagles struck. Thunderhawks appeared out of the cloud cover like descending execution blocks, gunships black against lightning, their heavy bolters and lascannons opening before alarm sirens completed their first cycle. Storm ravens dropped dreadnoughts directly into the outer courtyards. Ancient Galvaro landed amid a squad of confused loyalist guards, crushing 3 under his iron feet and scattering the rest with his impact. He rotated his assault cannon toward the inner barricade and spoke through the vox in a voice like an engine chewing stone. Obstacle declared. The barricade ceased to exist. Assault Marines crashed through observation decks in storms of glass, armor, and screaming air. They did not shout threats. They did not call for surrender. They landed, identified armed resistance, and removed it. An officer raised a bolt pistol and began to demand authority. A chainsword took off his arm and shoulder before he finished the first sentence. Another man turned a heavy stubber toward the breach and was split from crown to sternum by a power sword. Blood slapped across command. Windows. Bodies tumbled through broken frames into the courtyard below. Balthus entered through the western chapel gantry with terminators at his back. His bolter fired in controlled bursts, each mass reactive shell ending a target chosen before the previous body had fallen. He moved through devotional corridors lined with oath plaques, casualty lists, and banners from campaigns that had consumed generations of mordant soldiers. Some defenders fired at him. Some lowered their weapons in shock. Some begged him to identify himself. The ones who obstructed died. The ones who knelt were stepped over. The ones who fled were ignored unless they ran toward a Vox station. Then Vorst spoke. His voice came from every surviving speaker in the bastion, then from the front beyond, then from emergency Vox beads, trench horns, battlefield command relays, refugee coordination towers, astropathic repeats, funeral bells, and half-broken servo skulls crawling through mud. "My sons of the Reach," Lord General Cassian Vorst said, and his voice was exhausted, tender, and utterly damned. "You have waited for deliverance. You have bled in trenches beneath a silent heaven. You have buried comrades until Earth itself refused more dead. You have prayed, and the answer has been ammunition shortages, plague rain, Xenos beneath your boots, and angels who burn you for remaining human." The words moved across the war zone like poison poured into water. Men stopped firing. Commissars turned toward Vox sets. Priests clutched their icons. Artillery officers raised their heads from firing tables. Penal troops stood in their collars and listened with mouths open. "I have given him all that command can give. Regiments, worlds, sons, oaths. I have paid in blood enough to drown a sector. If he sits the throne, let him answer now. If he is God, let him save us. If he is carrion, let the galaxy finally admit the stink." The second torment bloomed through the broadcast. Entire guard regiments began killing from within. Commissars shot Vox operators and were bayoneted by their own squads. Priests were dragged from pulpits by men who had prayed under them for years. Officers ordered their troops to cut communication lines and were beaten to death by soldiers begging to hear the rest. Artillery batteries turned on neighboring positions. Tank crews fought inside their own hulls, las pistols and knives flashing in cramped red light. Shrine militia opened refugee gates. Refugees tore apart medici stations. Men who had been loyal for decades began shouting Vorst's words as if they had always known them. The battlefront became a galaxy in miniature. Faith, fear, hunger, obedience, betrayal, fire, all of it compressed into trenches, bastions, burning habs, and corpse roads, spreading faster than any sane command could answer. Commander Heron answered with erasure. "Mass signal purge authorized," he said from the Doombearer. Orbital strikes descended. Vox cathedrals vanished beneath lance fire. Astropathic towers became white columns of vapor and bone. Command bunkers still full of uninfected officers were cored by precision bombardment because their relay masts carried Vorst's sermon. Refugee coordination centers burned with the millions who had crowded around them seeking orders, evacuation, or the comfort of a human voice. Bell towers across the hive were struck one after another, their bronze throats bursting apart in molten rain. Munitorum signal hubs were flattened by macro shells. Choir servitor arrays screamed once through every channel and then were ash. Millions who might have been saved were cut off. The mimetic plague slowed. Heron did not rescind the order. Inside the bastion, Malch heard the death of the front through a dying command relay. He heard officers he knew screaming contradictory orders. He heard one of his own battalions chanting Vorst's name. He heard orbital fire remove coordinates where loyal men had stood moments before. His face went white beneath the dirt. Balthus pushed forward. Vorst waited in the command chapel. It was a long chamber built beneath the bastion's central spire, half cathedral and half war room. The altar had been made from the prow of a destroyed baneblade. Above it hung maps of the mordant reach. They were not parchment. They were flayed human skin, stretched, cured, and inked with trench lines, plague migrations, casualty figures, and devotional annotations written in blood. Oath scrolls hung from chains, soaked until the wax seals had softened and run like tears. Servo skulls circled the ceiling, whispering fragments of Vorst's sermon in voices taken from dead officers. Candles burned in shell casings. The Aquila remained upon the far wall, untouched, watching everything. Lord General Cassian Vorst knelt before the altar. He was an old man in a general's coat, heavy with medals, purity seals, and blood. His hair was cropped close. His face was lined by sleepless years and the slow acid of command. He bore no obvious mutation, no tentacles, no horn, no demonic brand carved into his skull. That made him more obscene. He looked like what he had been, an imperial commander who had endured too long and decided endurance itself was proof of fraud. Balthus entered with his power fist active. Malch came behind him, las pistol drawn, though his hand trembled. Vorst did not turn at once. "I wondered which would reach me," he said. "Rot, machine, or angel?" "Traitor!" Malch spat. Vorst looked back then, and sorrow crossed his face like a shadow. "Joran, you are alive. No thanks to you." "No," Vorst said softly. "No thanks to anyone." Balthus advanced. "End the remaining transmission keys." Vorst smiled with cracked lips, still giving orders to a dead world. Balthus did not slow. "End them. Listen to yourself, Doom Eagle. You call yourselves dead already. You carve your halls with failure. You make children of your tribes climb mountains so the weak can be dashed on stone. You burn loyal men because purity is less certain than fire. You preach death better than any plague cardinal. Yet when death speaks plainly, you deny it." Balthus crossed the chapel floor. Vorst rose with difficulty, one hand upon the altar. "You are hypocrites in silver. You say you are dead, yet you cling to duty as if it makes the corpse noble. You deny mankind the honesty you claim for yourselves. The Imperium is dead. The Emperor is dead. The creed is a funeral drum beaten to keep men marching after the war is lost. I only asked him to prove me wrong." Malch raised his pistol. "You offered my men." "I offered everyone," Vorst said, and now tears stood in his eyes. Enough for an answer. Enough that silence could no longer hide behind scale. "Billions, Joran. Billions. If that cannot wake a god, nothing will." Balthus reached the altar. Vorst looked up at him, almost pleading. "Tell me I am wrong." The Doom Eagle's power fist closed around Vorst's head. "We do not serve death," Balthus said. "We spend it." He crushed. Vorst's skull broke against the altar with a wet crack that filled the chapel. Bone, blood, teeth, and grey matter burst between ceramite fingers and across the baneblade prow. His body convulsed once, boots scraping against the floor, then sagged in Balthus's grip. The servo skulls overhead screamed his last sermon in a dozen borrowed voices, until the Terminators shot them from the air one by one. Malch stood motionless, pistol still raised, face empty. "Is it over?" he asked. The floor answered. Deep beneath Valis Secundus, the final lock opened. Vorst's death had not stopped the sequence. It had completed it. The command chapel shook as the Necron tomb accepted the last sacrifice, the last proof, the last pulse of orchestrated mass death and imperial betrayal. Across the hive, green lightning climbed upward through foundations, crypts, trenches, manufactorum routes, basilica vaults, and corpse-packed avenues. It split the sky from below, emerald bolts stabbing into the storm clouds and turning the rain to hissing steam. The hive floor cracked in rings. Entire districts dropped. Artillery parks vanished mid-salvo. Lehman Russ squadrons slid backward into widening fissures, guns still firing into the dark. Penal cohorts chained together fell in screaming lines. Shrine towers collapsed into pits of green light. Hab blocks folded inward, their windows full of adult faces pressed against glass. Trench networks split open and poured men, mud, barbed wire, corpses, tanks, and burning promethium into the abyss. The dead fell with the living. The infected fell with the loyal. The prayers fell with the curses. Then the tomb world began to rise. Black pylons broke through the earth in ranks. Monolith faces emerged from beneath imperial foundations. Roads snapped around angular xenos, structures older than mankind's first flame. The bones of Valis Secundus shifted as something vast and patient moved beneath them. On the Doombearer, Commander Heron watched the planetary hololith fill with green. In the command chapel, Balthus released what remained of Lord General Cassian Vorst. The traitor slid down the altar in pieces. Above the bastion, emerald lightning turned the clouds into a lidless eye. Tolka remembered Faugri when the tomb world rose. The memory did not return as a scholar's recollection. It came as a psychic seizure, a blade of old failure driven through the soft meat of the present. He stood aboard the Doombearer, one hand upon the strategium rail, while Valis Secundus tore itself open beneath the fleet. The hololith showed the hive capital fracturing in green fire, plague clouds folding inward, artillery continents sliding into pits, and black Necron towers rising through imperial streets like the bones of a dead god, pushing through rotten skin. Then the image became another world. Faugri had possessed no storms worth naming, no black oceans, no screaming shrine hives, no bells. It had been a dead world under a dead sky, a globe of ash deserts, vitrified plains, silent mountains, and ruins that had not been made by human hands. The Doom Eagles had come to it with certainty, as they came to all battlefields. They had found Xenos structures half buried beneath dust. They had bombarded them. They had invaded them. They had believed for a time that death given correctly would remain given. For 16 solar weeks, Faugri taught them otherwise. Tolka saw the opening bombardment again. Lance strikes walking across black pyramids, macro shells bursting across barren plains, drop pods falling like iron rain, assault squads descending through dust storms with jump packs burning, dreadnoughts advancing through craters that glowed with glass heat. The first engagements had been clean, almost contemptuously so. Necron warriors had been blasted apart by plasma and melter fire. Tomb doors had been breached. Scarab swarms had been burned from the sand. The Doom Eagles had cut deeper, proud in their cold way, certain not of glory, but of procedure. Then the dead metal returned. The warriors rose again from ash. Broken limbs crawled backward across the battlefield. Severed skulls rejoined ruined spines. Black portals opened beneath squads that had already secured their sectors. Gauss fire stripped brothers from the inside of their armor. Dreadnoughts were forced to kill the same phalanxes again and again until ammunition tallies became prayers of dwindling hope. For every chamber cleared, 3 more opened. For every pylon destroyed, another awakened beneath the dust. Fogri did not resist like a fortress. It endured like a grave that had infinite patience for the men digging it. The withdrawal had been the deepest shame. Not rout, never rout. The Doom Eagles did not break. They withdrew by order, by calculation, by the brutal recognition that reinforcement delay, ammunition attrition, and unrecoverable gene seed losses had made further advance vanity. Their Thunderhawks came down through green storms to extract squads whose armor smoked and whose dead could not be carried. Some brothers refused to leave remains behind until their sergeants struck them down with words sharper than blows. Others were dragged aboard by dreadnought hands while still firing into the tomb mouths. The last sight of Fogri had been black pyramids standing amid ash, patient and unpunished. The chapter had not hidden it. The Eyrie enshrined Fogri in the Hall of the Fallen, not as tragedy, not as excuse, but as accusation. A cracked helm reduced to powder along one side by Gauss fire, a dreadnought armor plate peeled thin as parchment, a banner scorched by Zeno's lightning, the names of those spent in a war that did not buy victory. Doom Eagle's aspirants were made to stand before that alcove and learn that even the dead already could be spent foolishly if pride wore the mask of duty. Tolka came back to himself with blood on his lips and green light in his eyes. Valis Secundus was becoming Fogri beneath plague and ash. Across the western containment front, Necron warriors advanced in ranks through artillery fire without haste. Basilisk shells landed among them, hurling metal bodies apart in fountains of dirt, sparks, and molten fragments. The phalanxes closed around the craters. Damaged, torsos dragged themselves upright. Severed hands found weapons again. The warriors continued through the barrage as though the Imperial guns were weather. Immortals emerged behind them, broader, heavier, their weapons glowing with lethal green charge. They annihilated guard armor with clinical patience. A Lehman Russ squadron fired canister and battle cannon shells into the advancing line, turning the first rank into scrap. The Immortals answered. Gauss beams raked across the tanks, stripping armor plate layer by layer, reducing track guards, sponsons, hulls, crew compartments, engines and bones into drifting particulate. One tank commander stood in his open hatch for a heartbeat too long, shouting orders through smoke. The beam touched him. His coat vanished. His flesh vanished. His skeleton flashed white and became dust inside falling medals. Scarabs poured through corpse fields in metallic tides. They stripped tanks to skeletons. They hollowed chimera transports in breaths. They climbed over dead men, wounded men, plague corpses, and burning servitors, taking flesh, metal, bone, boot nails, ration tins, rosary chains, and spent shell casings alike. They left behind clean absence. Men trapped beneath their swarms screamed until their mouths were gone. Then the screaming ended, and the scarabs moved on. The Doom Eagles met the gorse storms with silence. Squads vanished under the green fire. Brother Helmar was peeled from existence while advancing with his bolt rifle locked to his shoulder, his armor emptying around a posture of obedience. Sergeant Odrin lost both legs molecule by molecule and continued firing from the ground until his torso became ash inside his breastplate. A Hellblaster overcharged his plasma incinerator and burned a hole through an immortal cohort before a gorse beam erased his arms, his chest, and the weapon that detonated with him. Names were marked, deaths were logged, the line contracted by order, not fear. Commander Heron watched the numbers worsen and gave the order that made the strategium fall still. "Bring forth the Shroud of Irnax." The relic vault opened under triple seal. Chapter serfs entered the strategium in procession, heads bowed, mouths sewn shut with black thread for the right. Between them floated a stasis reliquary upon suspensor fields, guarded by veterans whose armor bore campaign scars not polished away. The reliquary opened with a breath of cold air, revealing a folded campaign standard darkened by old smoke, old blood, and older judgment. The shroud of Urnax had not been born from a gentle victory. It had been cut from a standard carried in a war of reclamation beside the Deathwatch, on a world that had knelt to Xenos worship and dressed treachery in civic ritual. The inhabitants had not been liberated, they had been exterminated. Every citizen, soldier, priest, laborer, noble, and penitent had been gunned down because the infection of alien devotion had reached the marrow of the population. When the firing ended, the Doom Eagles had taken the standard not as a trophy, but as a reminder that some victories required the murder of every breathing witness. The shroud was raised in the strategium. Its fabric did not shine. It seemed to drink the lumen glow around it. Upon its surface, the chapter's winged symbol lay beneath layers of burn marks and sanctified stitchwork. Names were written along its edges in black thread. Not all were Doom Eagles. Some were Deathwatch. Some were mortal commanders who had obeyed extermination orders without flinching. Some were worlds. Heron placed one gauntleted hand upon the reliquary frame. "To those below," he said. The shroud's image was transmitted to every Doom Eagle's helm display, every dreadnought sarcophagus, every gunship, every kill team, every brother fighting under the poisoned sky of Vallis Secundus. It did not inspire mercy. It reminded them mercy was sometimes a breach. It reminded them that a living enemy, a doubtful ally, an uncertain survivor, and an infected saint could all become the same threat if allowed to breathe one moment too long. It reminded them that the Imperium endured not because it was kind, but because men and monsters in its service were willing to kill past the limits of sanity and call the cost acceptable. Beneath the hive, Doom Eagle's veterans with black left pauldrons led the next kill thrust. They were brothers who had served the long vigil in the Deathwatch, who had hunted Xenos horrors in the Jericho Reach and returned with habits sharper than most. Their armor bore the silver of the chapter and the black mark of service beside alien kill tallies etched into ceramite. Brother Calvin wore the Deathwatch pauldron still, its inquisitorial icon darkened by Necron dust. Brother Arthur carried a Xenophase blade taken from a sealed Watch Fortress armory. Sergeant Veos bore a storm shield scarred by Tyrannid acid and greenskin impacts, now catching gas beams in bursts of emerald flame. They led kill teams into the Necron control nodes beneath the manufactorum floor. No speeches passed between them. Deathwatch service had taught them that Xenos wars were won by removing functions, not bodies. They did not seek slaughter for its own sake. They marked command spines, phase matrices, scarab nests, and resurrection relay obelisks. Melter charges burned against black metal. Crack grenades vanished into data vents. Plasma fire washed control alcoves in blue-white fury. When warriors phased in around them, the veterans did not form heroic circles. They withdrew by angles, drew the phalanxes into overlapping fire, and collapsed the tunnel behind them. Yet the tomb adapted. A resurrection chamber opened beneath the Plague Cathedral, where Luctus had been fighting since the Manufactorum descent. The chamber was vast, circular, and cold, its walls lined with upright sarcophagi of black living metal. Green light streamed through transparent crystal lids, illuminating the skeletal forms within. Damaged Necrons were dragged there by scarabs, disassembled in flashes of light, rebuilt by mechanisms too precise and ancient for Imperial hatred to fully comprehend. Every enemy destroyed above returned below unless the chamber died. Luctus found it while bleeding into his armor. His thigh wound had gone black around the seal, where Vorgal's plague knife had bitten him. Warning runes begged for apothecary attention. His left pauldron hung loose. One eye lens of his helm was cracked. His power sword flickered where filth had fouled the emitter grill. He ignored all of it. "Captain Luctus," McKindless voxed through static. "Your toxin markers are rising. Fall back for treatment." "No. You risk combat degradation. I am already degraded by being alive. That is not a medical answer. It is a Doom Eagle's answer. Luctus gathered the vanguard veterans who remained with him. There were fewer than half the number that had entered the manufactorum. Their relic blades were chipped, their storm shields smoked. One brother had lost an arm and sealed the stump with battlefield foam before taking up a fallen power axe in his remaining hand. Another had a gorse wound through the abdomen, wide enough to show blackened inner armor and the ruined meat beneath, yet stood without complaint. Luctus pointed his sword toward the resurrection engines. Melter charges into the stasis routes. No recovery attempts, no duels, no last words unless operationally necessary. Brother Serekan gave a low vox click of acknowledgement. And if the chamber seals, then we become part of its failure. They advanced. Necrons woke from the sarcophagi as the Doom Eagles crossed the chamber. Warriors emerged first, then immortals, then blade-limbed constructs that unfolded from ceiling alcoves. Gauss fire filled the air, stripping banners, armor paint, shield surfaces, and flesh where it found seams. The vanguard veterans pushed through it. Storm shields took beams until their fields collapsed. Power weapons hacked limbs from living metal. Luctus used short jump pack bursts to cross the chamber in brutal lunges, landing beside stasis routes and cutting down anything between him and the charges. Brother Serekan reached the first engine and placed a melter bomb against the base. A gorse beam removed his lower body. He completed the arming rite with one hand while his blood steamed across the floor, then detonated with the device when a scarab swarm reached his helm. The explosion turned the engine into molten ruin and scattered his remains across 3 sarcophagi. First root dead, Luctus voxed. Another veteran fell with a Necron blade through his chest, dragging the machine close enough to clamp a charge against its spine, before both vanished in fire. Another was disassembled from the shoulder down, his relic blade dropping from fingers that were no longer there. Luctus caught the blade, hurled it through a control crystal, and watched an entire row of awakening warriors collapse into inert metal. The resurrection chamber began to fail. In the lower tomb corridor, ancient Maelkor met the Triarch construct. It was not like the Skorpek Lord. This machine was regal, towering, and terrible, bearing a staff blade of green fire and a body wrought in the image of ancient judgment. It moved with the authority of a king's executioner. Its first strike cut Maelkor's assault cannon from his chassis. Its second pierced his sarcophagus housing deep enough that the honored dead within felt it through the centuries of armor, nutrient gel, and preserved rage. Maelkor struck back with his power fist and broke the construct's chest plate. Living metal flowed to repair the damage. The staff blade came down again, severing his left leg at the knee. The dreadnought crashed against the corridor wall, crushing scarabs beneath his bulk. Warning shrieks flooded his systems. Reactor instability, sarcophagus breach, pilot organ distress, weapon failure, mobility failure, imminent loss. Maelkor's vox opened across the chapter net. "Ancient Maelkor," said Balthus from the surface command link. "Report." The dreadnought caught the Triarch construct staff in his remaining fist. The blade burned through 3 fingers before stopping. Enemy construct engaged. Mobility ended. Sarcophagus breached. Reactor obedient. The construct leaned closer, green fire spilling from its eyes. Maelkor's remaining fist tightened around the staff. His reactor core began to climb. "Brother Maelkor," Heron said, voice entering the channel from orbit. "Your duty is witnessed." The dreadnought's reply held no fear, no grief, no plea for remembrance. One life, spent. He overloaded his reactor. The lower corridor became a sun. The blast tore through the Triarch construct, scarab swarms, black walls, Necron conduits, and the bones of the Manufactorum Foundation. It hurled Doom Eagles from their feet 3 levels above. It collapsed resurrection feeds. It turned Maelkor's sarcophagus, his honored remains, and his killer into a white-hot crater in the Xenos dark. On the surface, Balthus saw the pattern at last. He stood in the western shield pylon command zone with Colonel Malch, both men watching hololithic feeds degrade into green static and casualty warnings. Holding ground was no longer war. It was donation. Every trench held became another corpse field for scarabs. Every tank line became more metal for pylons. Every bunker became a future tomb vent. The Doom Eagles could burn, shoot, and strike until every brother was ash, and Vallis Secundus would still keep opening beneath them. Balthus opened the command channel to Heron. "We cannot win by holding ground. Continue. The Sepulchre Manufactorum reactors are corrupted but active. The Necron power matrix beneath them is drawing from their output. If the Manufactorum overload is forced through the Xenos conduits, while Luctus destroys the resurrection chamber and Kalinka opens the lower altar, we can create a chain reaction through the awakening network." Tolka's voice entered, strained but sharp. "The plague reservoirs will ignite. Yes, St. Cord will die. It is already dead. The relic vault may be lost." Balthus paused, and that pause cost him more than he let any voice reveal. "Yes." Colonel Malch looked at him. "Most of the forces planetside are still within the projected burn radius." Balthus did not turn. "Yes." Malch's face twisted. "You say that word like a machine." "No, a machine would not understand the cost. I understand it, and give the answer anyway." The channel carried silence for 3 heartbeats. Then Commander Heron spoke. "Plan accepted." No one argued. No one asked whether a cleaner answer remained. Clean answers belong to worlds not yet at war. Heron's voice passed into every Doom Eagle's helm, every aircraft, every dreadnought sarcophagus that still answered, every kill team bleeding in the Manufactorum and tomb. All surviving Doom Eagles prepare for final descent. Strategic objective is no longer containment. Strategic objective is annihilation of convergence. Luctus will continue destruction of the resurrection chamber. Kalinka will force access to the lower power matrix. Balthus will secure surface fire, corridors, and prevent withdrawal of infected or Xenos assets. Tolka will mark the psychic fracture points. Morkant will carry the Shroud's judgment through the assault. He paused. Below him, Vallis Secundus split wider. The tomb world rose through plague, ash, and imperial bones. Any brother unable to continue will secure his position and spend himself denying passage. Any brother capable of descent will descend. Any mortal formation within the ignition boundary is declared already dead. Their witness is not required. No one asked if they would survive. Among the Doom Eagles, the question was childish. Survival was not a virtue. Survival was not a plan. Survival was only the delay between one duty and the next. In the resurrection chamber, Luctus armed the last melter charge with blood-slick fingers. On the surface, Balthus ordered artillery to fire into coordinates held by loyal men. In the tomb dark, Kalinka stepped over the cooling crater that had been Malkor and connected himself to the Xenos altar. In the strategium, Heron stood beneath the raised shroud of Yernax. The relic hung unmoving in recycled air, blackened cloth marked by extermination, failure, obedience, and the terrible mercy of absolute decisions. "Woe betide," said the chapter master. Across the dying world, the dead already answered. "Woe betide." The words passed across every Vox channel in the Mordant Reach. They moved through the command deck of the Doombearer, through the burning launch bays of the strike cruisers, through the cracked helms of brothers fighting beneath the hive, through dreadnought sarcophagi waking in rage, through Thunderhawk cockpits, Storm Raven holds, Terminator teleport chambers, artillery command bunkers, guard Vox nets, dying shrine speakers, and broken servo skulls crawling over fields of corpses. It was not a cry. It was not courage made loud. It was not the hot-blooded roar of warriors trying to drown fear beneath volume. The Doom Eagles spoke it as sentence, verdict, and funeral notation. The words fell upon the living and the dead alike, upon plague mobs tearing at their own faces in corrupted rapture, upon loyal men standing ankle-deep in mud and blood, waiting for orders that would kill them, upon Necron phalanxes advancing beneath emerald lightning, upon every corpse not yet still enough to satisfy the age. Woe betide. Then the final spearhead began. From orbit, the Doombearer opened her wrath. Lance batteries carved corridors through the storm cover, cutting white wounds from cloudbank to hive crust. Macro cannon shells fell in carefully measured patterns, not to win the war from above, but to create moments in which the warriors below might move one breath farther before annihilation claimed them. The strike cruisers, Baptism of Fire, Emperor's Storm, and Herald of Battle adjusted into attack geometry around the dying planet, their broadsides walking fire across plague columns, exposed tomb ridges, and the cracked remains of orbital defense towers. Thunderhawks descended through burning atmosphere with their hulls glowing red at the edges. Storm ravens followed in screaming packs, carrying dreadnoughts beneath their bellies and wounded brothers within their holds. Drop pods struck like iron coffins thrown from the hand of a wrathful god. Teleport beacons flared in the tomb intersections below the hive, and Terminators of the First Company arrived in flashes of hard blue light, storm bolters already firing before the air finished screaming around them. The world broke beneath them. Vallis Secundus had ceased to resemble a planet in war and had become a wound with gravity. Billions of infected surged through its districts in waves of meat, robes, armor scraps, broken weapons, and open mouths. Loyalist remnants held islands of mud, ferrocrete, and faith amid the collapse, firing until ammunition ran out, then until their blades snapped, then until their hands were too slick with blood to close. Plague mutants dragged themselves from vats, sewers, funeral pits, hospitals, reliquaries, and trenches, fused together in obscene clusters of limbs and teeth and devotional chains. Necron phalanxes advanced through all of it with unhurried certainty, their gas weapons unmaking bodies, tanks, barricades, and cathedral walls with the same dispassionate light. Astra Militarum armored divisions ground forward into extinction. Lehman Russ squadrons fired battle cannons, point blank into plague mobs climbing over their hulls. Baneblades became fortresses, around which entire regiments died. Super-heavy tanks crushed infected by the hundreds beneath their treads, before scarabs stripped them down to smoking skeletons. Navy wings screamed overhead, dropping bombs through ash clouds so thick that pilots flew by instruments, prayer, and the flash of explosions beneath them. Some aircraft were taken apart by Gauss beams in mid-air and fell as burning rain. Others rammed enemy concentrations when their controls failed, crewmen chanting through teeth cracked by impact warnings. The Doom Eagles moved through the ending like men who had never expected anything else. Captain Luctus led the death charge beneath the collapsing shadow of St. Cord. The plague mobs were so dense there was no ground. His assault marines ran across bodies, boots hammering down on backs, skulls, shoulders, rib cages, and hands that reached upward to claw at their greaves. Every step broke something. Every landing crushed men beneath transhuman weight. The infected surged in layers, those below trampled into pulp by those above cut apart by the silver warriors driving toward the central plague engine. Rain turned the heaps slick. Blood ran between bodies in steaming channels. The air was a wall of screaming flies, bolter detonations, and the wet roar of too much flesh in too little space. Luctus's Chainsward died first. Its teeth had been sanctified before the descent and tested upon armorium blocks within the Doombearer. It had opened plague priests, cult enforcers, bloated mutants, and vat-thick abominations without complaint. Now, after chewing through hundreds of bodies in minutes, the teeth snapped one by one until the weapon screamed itself into uselessness. Luctus drove the broken engine housing into a cultist's face hard enough to cave the skull inward, then discarded it. He drew his combat blade. The blade punched into throats, under jaws, through eye sockets, between ribs, beneath armpit seals, into swollen bellies, and out again black with rot. A plague brute seized his arm with both hands and tried to pull him under the mob. Luctus tore free, left the blade buried in the thing's skull, and crushed its face beneath his boot. Another infected mass hurled itself at him with a rusted industrial saw. He caught the saw on his forearm, felt the teeth bite into ceramite, and smashed his helm into the wielder's mouth until teeth, jaw, and tongue became one red ruin. When the combat blade was gone, he used his fists. When ceramite knuckles cracked, he tore a jagged piece of broken armor from a dead doom eagle and used it like a shard of silver stone, hacking at faces, hands, and throats as he moved. Around him, his assault marines did the same. Chainswords broke, bolt pistols emptied, combat blades vanished into bodies too numerous to count. The third company became a moving wound in the plague sea, advancing by murder measured in steps. Forward, Luctus voxed. A brother beside him disappeared beneath the mob. His helm beacon went red, then black. Forward. Another brother's jump pack exploded after a plague hook ruptured its fuel feed, turning him and 50 infected around him into a rolling bloom of fire. Forward. Above them, through fire and rain, the shroud of Irnax flickered across every helm display like a blackened accusation. In the manufactorum depths, Sergeant Taricus and Apothecary Macindlus reached the central plague engine. It stood in a chamber that had once served as a reactor cathedral. Now its columns were made from fused servitors, its altar from stacked medici crates, its pipes from bundled spines and brass tubing. At the center rose the engine itself, a swollen machine heart of iron, flesh, bell metal, and diseased glass. It pulsed with yellow light. Every beat sent a ripple through vats, vox horns, ammunition belts, and the infected supply shrines linked to the war above. Men and servitors hung from it by cables driven through their mouths and chests. Some were dead, some were not. All of them whispered corrupted prayers in perfect unison. Macindlus's armor was failing. The seals at his left thigh and ribs had blackened. Plague growth crusted his narthecium. His breath came harsh through the helm vox. His infection markers flashed warning runes across Taricus's display, red upon red upon red. Yet the apothecary's voice remained calm.
I am infected. Taricus raised his bolter toward the chamber entrance and fired into a group of plague laborers emerging between the pipes. Bodies burst, spilling organs across the brass floor. You are not corrupted, he said. No. Yet. No, Macindlus agreed. Not yet. He moved to the engine's base, opened the counteragent device, and began fitting sample vials into the bomb's alchemical core. The weapon was not clean technology. Nothing made in such haste could be. It was apothecarian craft, mechanicus violence, and battlefield desperation chained together in a casing of adamantium and prayer. Its purpose was not cure. Cure belonged to softer wars. This was denial. It would force the plague engine to choke on its own vector and carry that rejection into the manufactorum reactors when they died. Taricus fired again. Bolt rounds detonated a swollen priest into strips that slapped wetly across the engine's lower pipes. How long? Long enough to irritate you, Macindlus said. You make jokes near death. I make observations. You have always been irritated. Taricus glanced once at the apothecary. Valis joked, according to the records. Macindlus inserted another vial. His hand trembled for the first time. Valis hid hunger behind laughter. I hide fear behind precision. Fear is not corruption. No, it is a reminder that I remain flesh. A plague bell began to toll inside the machine. The sound pressed against Taricus's helm. Words tried to form beneath it. Not heard, remembered. His tribe's death chants from Gathis II, the litany of spent lives, the names in the hall, the voice of Chaplain Morcant, ordering Macindlus's execution if certainty failed. McIndless locked the final vial into place. "The bomb is configured," he said. "It requires manual confirmation when the reactor overload begins. I can complete that confirmation faster than you can learn the sequence." "Then complete it." "I will." McIndless turned from the device and looked at Tarekus through cracked lenses. "Afterward, kill me." Tarekus did not answer. "My infection will accelerate when the counter-agent cycles. The plague will learn me. It may use my voice. It may use my hands. It may use my office. I will not become subjunctus vallis." Tarekus fired into the doorway until his magazine ran dry. He reloaded with deliberate care. "You are ordering your own execution. I am confirming a standing order." The chamber shook as melter charges detonated somewhere below. Necron energy pulsed through the floor. The plague engine beat faster, spraying foul fluid from ruptured seams. McIndless knelt beside the bomb and entered the final commands with fingers leaving black blood across the rune keys. "Done," he said. Then he knelt fully, back straight, head bowed. Tarekus waited exactly as long as duty allowed. No longer, no less. McIndless spoke once more. "Preserve what is useful." Tarekus placed the bolt pistol to the back of his helm and fired. The apothecary's head burst forward in a hard spray of shattered helm plate, blood, bone, and dark matter across the plague engine's base. His body sagged, but did not fall before Tarekus caught it by the shoulder. Around him, infected workers howled and surged into the chamber. Tarekus ignored them for 3 heartbeats and drew McIndless's Narthesium from the dead warrior's own arm mount. He worked under fire. The reductor bit through armor, bone, and the butchered remnants of the apothecary's neck and chest. Tarekus cut with brutal reverence, shielding the body with his own, while plague blades scraped across his backplate. A cultist drove a hook into his pauldron. Tarekus broke the man's wrist without looking, then used the broken arm to drag him close and crush his skull against the engine casing. The first progenoid came free, slick and precious. Then the second. He sealed both in stasis containers at his belt. Only then did he let McIndless's body fall. "Apothecary McIndless," Tarekus voxed. "Infected, uncorrupted, executed by order, gene seed recovered." Chaplain Morkant's voice answered through the static. "Witnessed." Tarekus lifted his bolter and stood between the bomb and the mob. In the tomb's ascending heart, Captain Balthus reached the command dais by refusing every invitation to honor. Necron elite constructs barred the way through black corridors lit by emerald fire. Lichguard advanced with shields like slabs of night and war scythes humming with energy capable of severing battle tanks. Wraiths phased through walls and floors, serpentine bodies flickering between solid and ghost. Immortals formed firing ranks upon raised platforms. Above them, the command dais waited, a stepped throne of living metal linked to the tomb matrix and the awakening mind of Necrathis. Balthus did not challenge them. He killed them like obstacles. Teleport homers blinked from his gauntlet and stuck to the bases of black columns. Terminators translated directly into flanking alcoves and opened fire into the backs of the immortal ranks. Hellblasters under his command fired in staggered overcharge volleys, not at the strongest enemy bodies, but at the joints in the formation where shielding fields overlapped. Grenades bounced beneath Lichguard shields and detonated behind their knees. Plasma fire struck where Auspex returns showed repair nodes. Melter beams erased support pylons. When wraiths phased through the walls, Balthus had suppressor fire bracket the emergence points, forcing them solid into prearranged kill zones. A Lichguard commander strode toward him, warscythe raised, posture almost regal. Balthus shot the floor beneath it with a crack grenade. The blast pitched the construct forward. A Terminator's thunderhammer came down on its spine before it rose. Balthus stepped over the twitching machine without looking at its weapon. His brothers fought the same way. Sons of Gilliman by lineage, Doom Eagles by creed, they carried tactical clarity into fatalism and made of that union a cold terror. They did not need to survive the maneuver. They only needed the maneuver to work. On the surface, Colonel Malch led the last sane regiments of the Mordant Reach into a holding action no history would record correctly. His line stood upon the cracked approaches to the western shield pylons, where Balthus's fire corridor had to remain open until the chain reaction began. He had Mordant Iron cohort remnants, penal companies with dead commissars, tank crews fighting on foot, artillerymen with laser guns, Navy ratings dragged from crashed landers, and Shrine militia too exhausted to pray. He walked among them with a bloodied saber and a voxcaster strapped to his back, shouting coordinates while the world split behind him. He saw the Doom Eagles clearly then. Not kindly, never kindly. He still hated them for the burned trenches, the sealed gates, the officers shot for trying to save their men, the refugees abandoned to fire. But hate had sharpened into understanding. The Doom Eagles were cruel because the war was crueler. They offered no comfort because comfort could become infection, hesitation, false hope, or breach. Their lack of warmth was not hatred of mankind. It was the price of defending a species that survived only because something stood willing to do what humans could not bear to name. A plague horde struck Malch's line. The last sane guardsmen fired until their last barrels glowed. Bayonets took the first bodies over the barricade. Heavy bolters chewed lanes through flesh. A dying Lehman Russ fired its battle cannon, with the muzzle depressed almost to ground level, turning the front ranks into pulp and throwing itself backward with the recoil. Malch shot a former lieutenant who came at him weeping Vorst's sermon. He did not close the man's eyes. "Hold," he voxed. "Hold, you miserable sons of the throne. Hold until the angels finish killing the world." Below all of them, in a chamber vast enough to hold a fallen cathedral, Commander Heron confronted Necrathus, the pallid algorithm. The Necron overlord stood upon the central command dais, taller than any mortal lord, its body wrought in silver-black living metal, its death mask long and expressionless, its crown an array of geometric blades through which green lightning crawled. Glyphs orbited it in rings of hard light. Around the chamber, systems awakened by the million. The tomb world's mind spoke through walls, pylons, scarabs, resurrection vaults, and the bodies of its soldiers. Heron advanced alone across the dais approach, the shroud of Irnax hanging from his back like a shadow. Necrathus regarded him. "You are the nearest approximation your species has made to coherence," it said, "not through sound alone, but through translation pulses that struck the mind as much as the ear. You sanctify loss, you ritualize expenditure, you classify life as resource and death as completion. You are logical servants of extinction, wearing the superstition of duty." Heron's armor was cracked. His blade was wet with fluids human and inhuman. His helm lenses reflected the Overlord's green light. "You mistake resemblance for kinship. You burn your own, when required. You abandon your wounded, when required. You preserve glands from corpses and name that continuity, when required. You are algorithms of death trapped in meat." Heron stepped closer. "And yet you do not understand us." Necrathus raised its staff, and the tomb chamber shook. "I preserve death. I perfect it. I remove waste, grief, hunger, fear, contradiction. I am the proof that flesh is an error awaiting correction." Heron lifted his sword. "You preserve death. We spend it. That is why you are a tomb, and we are a blade." The final sequence began. In the plague engine chamber, Taricus stood over McKindless's body as the counter-agent bomb activated. White light spread through yellow glass. The whispers in the engine became shrieks. Pipes burst. The mouths wired into the machine vomited black fluid and then fire. In the resurrection chamber, Luctus triggered the last melter charges. Stasis engines folded inward, then erupted. Awakening Necrons froze half-formed in their sarcophagi as the resurrection matrix burned through its own roots. In the lower altar, Kalinka forced the Manufactorum reactors into the tomb power conduits, speaking machine rights through a throat full of blood and static. The machine spirits screamed as they died. The Necron Matrix tried to reject the surge and received it too late. Across the surface, Balthus marked the final fire corridor. Orbital guns struck. Artillery fired its last salvos. Colonel Malch's line vanished beneath plague bodies and emerald light. The Sepulchre Manufactorum became a sunken star. White fire bloomed beneath the hive and climbed upward through every shaft, crypt, trench, sewer, chapel, pylon, and reactor throat. Plague flesh vaporized in sheets. Mobs became shadows burned onto stone before stone became liquid. Necron vaults buckled as their own power matrix turned traitor under overload. Black pylons cracked. Green lightning twisted into white. The tombs screamed without a voice. The hive sank around the explosion, collapsing inward as if the world had opened a mouth and swallowed its own heart. Doom eagles disappeared into the glare, some standing, some falling, some firing, some already dead, all spent. The fire did not cleanse Vallis Secundus. It wounded the world. The Sepulchre Manufactorum became a crater that could be seen from orbit, a continent-wide grave gouged through hive, trench, shrine, manufactorum, tomb, and bedrock. The blast had eaten upward and downward at once, dragging the capital into its own burning absence. Districts that had stood for 10,000 years were gone. The Basilica district of St. Cord was no longer a place of towers, corpse gardens, reliquary roads, and bell chambers. It was a ring of black glass, molten iron, pulverized bone, and white ash that drifted in the poisoned wind like the dust of ground saints. The tomb's awakening network had shattered, but not died. That was the cruelty of the matter. Necron things did not die as men died. They failed, withdrew, reassembled, recalculated. Beneath the cooling crust, damaged cohorts dragged themselves through broken corridors. Severed limbs crawled toward torsos. Scarabs carried skulls and weapon arms into repair alcoves. Half-melted pylons pulsed weakly in the dark. The great command intelligence that had spoken as Necrathis, the pallid algorithm, had been torn apart by overload, plague denial, melter saturation, and reactor fire, but fragments of it still moved through the buried pylon web like shards of a frozen god seeking another mirror. Above ground, plague hosts survived in the wastes. They fled from the crater in twitching processions, burned, blinded, half vaporized, and still walking. Some were no more than adult bodies fused into clotted masses of robe, armor, bone, and prayer chain. Some wore the remains of guard uniforms. Some carried banners whose cloth had melted into their arms. Others crawled through radioactive ash with their jaws hanging loose, still whispering fragments of funeral sermons, though every bell tower had been cut down. The second torment had been wounded, not erased. Its hosts moved toward the outer ash basins, the pilgrim roads, the refugee camps, and the corpse fields, where any surviving mouth might become another altar. The explosion had thrown radioactive ash into the upper atmosphere, turning the storm clouds grey-white from horizon to horizon. Rain fell warm and oily. It hissed on armor. It clung to skin. It turned every open wound into a black-rimmed question. In the ruins, the Doom Eagles regrouped. They came out of smoke in fragments. A squad that had entered the manufactorum at full strength returned as two brothers carrying 3 gene seed caskets and the broken helm of their sergeant. Terminators of the First Company emerged from a half-collapsed tomb intersection with their armor stripped to bare metal by Gauss fire. One brother missing an arm, another with his chest plate burned open and sealed by battlefield foam already going black at the edges. Ravers climbed from sewer mouths, dragging the bodies of brothers whose progenoids had not yet been recovered. Intercessors stood watch over ash dunes made from hab blocks and dead men. The survivors did not embrace. They did not cheer. They reported. Dead squads were entered into the ledger.
Crippled dreadnoughts were dragged from wreckage by recovery servitors and tech marines, some sarcophagi silent, some still muttering kill confirmations from battles already ended. Banners had burned, oath scrolls had fused to armor. Gene seed remained unrecovered beneath molten tomb strata. Entire companies had become fragments of command structure, their squads merged by necessity, their dead recorded as spent, missing, ash, or denied. Captain Balthus stood upon a ridge of black glass overlooking the crater. His armor was scorched from helm to greaves, his power fist cracked across two knuckles, his left pauldron stripped of paint by Gauss fire. Below him, the crater glowed in places where buried reactors still bled heat through the dust. "We extract," he said. Luctus stood nearby, barely upright. His jump pack hung from one strap. His thigh wound had been sealed twice and had opened twice. Black blood leaked inside the plates of his armor and dripped from the knee joint. One side of his helm was missing, revealing a face grey with blood loss and lit by an eye that still refused defeat. "We pursue," Luctus said. Balthus turned toward him. "You are dying." "Yes. That is not an argument. It is credential. The plague hosts are scattering. The tomb network remains active. We have lost too many brothers to continue without consolidation." "Consolidation," Luctus said, and the word came out like a curse scraped over bone. "The enemy still breathes in the wastes. The enemy will always breathe somewhere. Then we kill where we stand." Commander Heron ended the exchange before it could become ritual. He walked between them carrying the shroud of Irnax, sealed once more inside a black reliquary case. His armor bore the marks of Necrathus's chamber, green burns, blackened seals, and a rent across the breastplate where Xenos energy had come near the primary heart. He looked from Balthus to Luctus, and then across the crater to the refugee fires and the distant pylon flickers beneath the ash. "No evacuation yet." Balthus bowed his head by the smallest degree. Luctus gave a wet, approving laugh through damaged vox. Heron continued, "No pursuit without designation. We do not chase rot for the pleasure of killing it. Every infected zone will be marked for destruction. Every Necron gate will be sealed, buried, or destroyed. Every relic that can be recovered without unacceptable loss will be recovered. Then we leave this world to judgment." "Exterminatus judgment?" asked Balthus. The answer came from above. Inquisitor Rauk Varne returned with 3 gunships, a damaged retinue, and the authority of final fire. He stepped from a storm raven onto the black glass ridge, his coat torn, his augmetic eye cracked, but still functioning. Behind him came stormtroopers in sealed carapace armor, carrying purity burners, rad counters, and black warrant tubes. Vane held one of those tubes in his hand, as if it were a knife. "I have authorization," he said. "If containment fails, Vallis Secundus dies by cyclonic torpedo and atmospheric ignition." Heron looked at the Inquisitor. "Containment has failed." Vane's expression did not change. "Then I have authorization without condition." "I do not object." That seemed to rob the Inquisitor of the answer he had prepared. Heron turned toward the crater. "But you will grant us time. For what purpose? To recover the chapter's dead, to recover what remains of the 13th Legion relics, to confirm the destruction of major plague and tomb vectors, to make the erasure useful rather than theatrical." Vane studied him for several breaths. Around them, radioactive ash fell like dirty snow. "Your chapter has already killed millions in the name of utility. Yes? And yet you ask time for bones and cloth." Heron's gaze remained fixed upon the ruined world. Bones and cloth are sometimes the only reason anything was worth killing for. The Inquisitor sealed the warrant tube at his belt. "You have hours, not days. Hours will suffice." The cruelest work began after the great battle ended. The Doom Eagles entered the survivor camps. There were many of them, strung along the outer districts,
where blast winds had spared sections of road, drainage vault, transit tunnel, and military barricade. Adult refugees gathered in them by the tens of thousands, shrine laborers, hab workers, wounded soldiers, surviving officers, priests, manufacturum adepts, artillery crews, medici orderlies, navy ratings from downed craft, and bonded laborers still wearing chain marks on their wrists. They had escaped plague mobs, artillery, tomb collapse, carrion mercy, reactor fire, and the ash storm. Many believed survival meant judgment had passed them by. They were wrong. Apothecaries moved through the camps with narthesia extended and helms sealed. Servo skulls scanned eyes, breath, blood, pulse, temperature, speech pattern, devotional repetition, and mimetic responsiveness. Chaplains listened for corrupted cadence in prayer. Tech Marines inspected augmetic implants for plague code and Xeno's interference. Rivers and intercessors stood around the perimeters with flamers and bolters ready. There were 3 results: clean enough to move, useful until decline, uncertain. Uncertain meant death. No speech softened it. No apology was offered. A priest who begged to recite his final confession was shot before the first line could become a vector. A labor foreman, whose blood was clear, but whose prayer response spiked beyond tolerance, was burned with his entire work gang. A wounded officer, who protested that his men had remained loyal, was given one chance to lower his weapon. When he did not, a Doom Eagle caved his chest in with a bolter shot and ordered the rest tested over the corpse. In one camp, Colonel Malch found the last formed battalion of his old command. They were mordant iron cohort men, ash-covered, gaunt and shaking, but they stood in ranks when they saw him. Their surviving major saluted with a burned hand. Their banner was torn, yet upright. Many had fought during the final holding action. Many had held against Vorst's sermon. Malch knew their names. He had promoted some of them. He had watched others carry wounded through shell fire. They were men, not icons on a hololith. The apothecary testing them marked the battalion amber, then red. Malch drew his last pistol. No. Sergeant Taricus stepped between him and the apothecary. Lower it. These men held, Malch said. His voice shook with rage so exhausted it had become grief. They held after Vorst spoke. They held when your chapter burned the trenches. They held when the tomb rose. You cannot tell me they are plague things. Taricus looked at the battalion. Men in torn coats stared back at him. Some prayed silently. Some wept without sound. Some clutched rifles like relics. One man had black veins at his throat. Another mouthed a funeral phrase over and over, unaware of it. A third stood too still, eyes fixed on nothing, tears of yellow fluid tracing paths down his cheeks. They died when Vorst spoke, Taricus said. Their bodies merely argued. Malch's pistol remained raised. Taricus did not aim at him. He did not need to. This is the last mercy you will receive, Colonel. Do not force me to spend it. For a long moment, Malch looked as though he would fire. Then his hand fell. The Doom Eagles burned the battalion. Promethium washed across the ranks. Men screamed. Some ran. Some stood in formation until the fire took their voices. The banner caught last, its cloth curling inward around the regiment's symbol before collapsing into flame. Malch watched until there was nothing left but smoking armor plates, laser guns gone soft with heat, and shapes that no longer required decisions. Taricus stood beside him. Malch did not look at him. I will hate you until I die, then die with clarity. Beneath the camps, the tomb tried to escape. Tolka felt the movement first, a cold line of thought crawling under the ash fields. Necrathis had not survived as a whole sovereign mind. It had become fragments, proofs, commands, recursive hatred, and broken logic, seeking a route through the buried pylon network. If it reached one of the outer gates beneath the wastes, it could seed itself into a dormant relay, call surviving cohorts, or sink beyond the reach of bombardment. Kalinka found the gate. It lay beneath a transit ossuary west of the grave crater, where a rail tunnel had been cut through ancient bedrock and lined with the bones of dead pilgrims. Now half the tunnel was Imperial masonry, half Necron corridor, and half something else again, because the phasing systems had failed during the explosion and left reality stuttering. Walls alternated between metal, bone, and void. A skull niche became black glass, then a starless gap, then a ribbed Xenos arch. Gravity pulled sideways for 3 steps, upward for 1, then vanished long enough for loose bones to float before slamming back down. Tolka and Kalinka led the kill team into it. Luctus came with them against every medical command. No one tried to stop him twice. His armor was sealed with black bands of emergency foam. Blood had filled one boot. His remaining eye burned with fever and purpose. He carried no chainsword now, only a bolt pistol, a combat blade, and the power sword that flickered when he moved too quickly. The pylon gate waited at the tunnel's end, a vertical ring of black metal opening into a green horizon that was not beneath Valis Secundus. Scarabs crawled over it in dense layers. Necron glyphs spun through the air. Within the gate, something of Necrathis moved as light without body, a fractured intelligence dragging itself toward continuation. Tolka drove his force staff into the ground and began the warding rite. Kalinka connected to the gate's side lattice, mechadendrites burning as the Xenos code attacked his augmetics. Doom Eagles formed a defensive line. Necron warriors phased through the walls in broken increments, some half-formed, some missing limbs, all lethal. Bolters roared, plasma fire flashed. The tunnel filled with green beams and red blood. Luctus saw the gate begin to stabilize. He moved before Kalinka could speak. A blade of living metal erupted from the floor and drove through his abdomen, lifting him from his feet. His armor cracked. Blood flooded the wound and spilled through the broken seals. Another spike pierced his shoulder. A third locked around his thigh, pinning him before the gate like an offering. He laughed once. It came through blood-filled vox static, ugly and brief, a sound more like a weapon jamming than joy. "Gate," he said, "still open." Kalinka's voice was strained. "Captain, your position is within the collapse radius." "Good." Tolka looked back. "Luctus, do not retrieve me if doing so risks the mission." "Captain, that was not sentiment. That was an order." Luctus raised his bolt pistol and fired into the scarab cluster crawling over the gate's lower hinge. Then he slammed his power sword into the exposed phase regulator and held it there while the weapons field overloaded. The gate shrieked without sound. The fragment of Necrathis surged toward him, green light filling his broken armor, trying to pass through, trying to use the dying transhuman body as anchor, proof, and conduit. Luctus snarled through the blood. Woe betide. The phase regulator detonated. Kalinka completed the seal at the same instant. Tolka's warding runes locked shut across the tunnel. The gate collapsed inward, dragging scarabs, Necron light, living metal spikes, and Captain Luctus into a fold of blackness that closed like a fist. The tunnel began to come down around them. A younger Doom Eagle stepped forward. "Captain Luctus remains within." Taricus, blackened and bleeding, caught him by the pauldron and hurled him back toward the extraction path. "Then he is where duty placed him." The kill team withdrew. They obeyed, because obedience was the last honor owed. They left Luctus inside the collapsing tomb and recorded him as properly spent. They did not waste living brothers trying to decorate his death with retrieval. They honored the dead by not spending the living on grief. When the reports reached the surface, Heron made the mark himself. Captain Luctus, spent sealing pylon gate, recovery denied by standing order, witnessed. The last fires were marked before orbit claimed the world. Vane stood beside Heron on a broken landing field as evac craft rose through ash around them. The Inquisitor's stormtroopers had finished setting beacons around the condemned zones. Doom Eagle's Thunderhawks carried gene seed caskets, relic fragments, wounded brothers, recovered banners, and the burned remains of what could be named. Beyond the field, plague hosts still moved in distant lines. Beneath the crust, damaged tomb signals flickered faintly, too deep to trust, too persistent to ignore. Vane looked across Vallis Secundus. It is beyond reclamation. Heron watched a Thunderhawk lift away bearing the relic fragment of the 13th Legion and the gene seed of brothers who had not survived to see the sky again. Yes. The central world dies. Yes. The Reach may live because of it. Heron turned from the ruins. That is the arithmetic. Vane studied him. Does your chapter feel no burden from such arithmetic? The chapter master of the Doom Eagles did not answer at once. Around him, radioactive ash fell on silver armor, black glass, burned banners, and the bones of a world that had mistaken survival for innocence. We feel it, Heron said. Then we carry it. Then we spend it when required. Above them, the Doombearer waited like a tomb in the sky. Vallis Secundus had not been saved. The Doom Eagles had saved the Mordant Reach by condemning its heart to death. Cyclonic torpedoes fell upon Vallis Secundus like the judgment of a machine god that had never learned mercy. They descended through the upper atmosphere in ordered procession, black warheads wreathed in the fire of re-entry, their guidance spirits locked to coordinates sanctified by the Ordo's authority and confirmed by the Doom Eagle's own kill ledgers. Lance strikes came before them, white spears from orbit that opened the cloud cover and exposed the dying world beneath. The first beams touched the oceans. Black water climbed into steam in continent-long scars. Storm fronts burst outward. Coastal hive remnants, already crippled by plague, tomb rise and reactor fire, vanished beneath walls of vapor and boiling salt. The fleet was withdrawing. The Doombearer turned from the planet with the slow dignity of a cathedral, leaving a graveyard. Baptism of fire, Emperor's storm, and Herald of battle maintained bombardment geometry until the last possible moment, their lance batteries still firing as their plasma drives built toward departure burn. Escort vessels formed a shield around the corpse ships and forge tenders. Void shields shimmered beneath the glare of planetary murder. Across the black between ships, Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens returned in broken streams, carrying wounded brothers, gene seed caskets, reliquaries, dead serfs, cracked armor, and silence. Vallis Secundus burned. Its hives collapsed inward as cyclonic fire reached their foundations. Towers that had held billions fell like candles softened by heat. Shrine domes burst. Pilgrim roads became molten lines. The grave crater at St. Cord opened wider under orbital punishment, swallowing the last shapes of the Sepulchre Manufactorum and the tomb architecture beneath it. The Necron network resisted in places, black pylons rising through the fire, emerald shields flaring beneath white bombardment, ancient systems trying to impose geometry upon apocalypse. The torpedoes answered without thought. Atmospheric ignition rolled across continents. Bedrock cracked. The tomb gates buckled. Living metal split under stresses no dynasty lord had intended to face from a species it despised as brief. There was no triumph in it. Exterminatus was not victory. It was industry applied to sin. It was sacred because the Imperium had made necessity into right. It was obscene because a world was being murdered in full knowledge with signatures, seals, kill confirmations, and calculated blast patterns. Vallis Secundus was not slain because all upon it deserved death. Many had held their lines. Many had prayed without corruption until corruption found their prayers. Many had died asking for orders. Many had died obeying them. The world died because leaving it alive would endanger 100 more. The Doom Eagles watched without celebration. In the strategium of the Doombearer, Commander Heron stood before the Oculus as the planet's surface became fire. No banner was raised. No hymn was sung beyond the low mutter of bombardment rites from the ship's servitors. Chaplain Morkant remained motionless beside the sealed reliquary of the Shroud of Earnax. Librarian Tolka leaned on his force staff, his face pale beneath dried blood and psychic burns. Tech Marine Kalinka stood with several mechadendrites severed and capped, his red armor blackened by Xeno's discharge. Captain Balthus watched the hololithic casualty display update, reject its own estimates, and begin again from worse assumptions. The survivors were counted. The numbers were pitiful. Entire squads existed now, only as gene seed canisters in the apothecarian vaults, each suspended in cold light beneath a name spoken once and then entered into the ledger. Some brothers had returned as broken helms, half-melted pauldrons, a hand still locked around a chainsword grip, a strip of blackened oath parchment fused to armor with blood. Some had returned as names only, spoken by the last brother to see them spent. Some had not returned even as certainty, and those were marked ash denied until the Hall of the Fallen could receive accusation in place of remains. Ancient Melkor was reduced to a cracked sarcophagus plate recovered from the blast perimeter by servitors whose own augmetics failed before extraction. Captain Luctus had no body. His broken jump pack had been found wedged in a half-phased tomb fracture before the final withdrawal, scorched, pierced, and still carrying the command imprint of his last order. Apothecary McKindless returned as Gene Seed, a blood-caked Narthesium, and a report filed by Sergeant Taricus without ornament. The third company's roster had become a ruin of black marks. The first company's Terminators counted their dead by empty teleport anchors. The dreadnought alcoves held too many silent sockets. Colonel Joran Malch came to the Strategium during the final bombardment. He had been permitted aboard because his oath of witness had been judged useful, and because enough of his command codes had survived to support the post-war accounting of the Mordant Reach. His coat had been cleaned of ash, but not repaired. His left sleeve remained scorched. His eyes had the hollow look of a man who had survived when better men had burned. 2 armsmen followed him, not to protect him, but to ensure he did not wander where mortal grief might inconvenience warship discipline. He stopped before Heron and looked past him at the burning planet. For a time he said nothing. Then he turned to the chapter master. "You are monsters." Chaplain Morkant's skull helm shifted slightly. Balthus looked up from the casualty slate. No one reached for a weapon. No one rebuked him. The word had no force in that chamber beyond its accuracy. Heron regarded the mortal commander. "Yes." Malch's face tightened, as if agreement wounded him more than denial would have. "That is all you say? What answer did you require? Rage? Justification? Some sermon about necessity? Some claim that the dead would thank you." "The dead thank no one." Malch swallowed. "My battalions burned under your orders." "Yes. They were loyal." "Some were." "They were men." "Yes." The colonel's hands curled into fists. "Then how do you stand there?" Heron looked back to the oculus. Vallis Secundus's northern hemisphere was now a sheet of white and red, the oceans boiling into storm masses that climbed toward orbit. Because monsters are sometimes all the Imperium has left. Malch stared at him for a long moment. Hatred, exhaustion, and understanding warred across his face. None won. He looked older than he had when the Doom Eagles first entered the Mordant Reach. He looked like a man who had seen the bones beneath the Imperial Creed and knew he would never again mistake them for marble. "I will bear witness," he said. "Yes," Heron replied. "That is why you live." Balthus made the transmission to Ultramar Command once the bombardment reached terminal confirmation. He stood before the astropathic relay shrine while choir servitors, purified by flame and augury, bled from their eyes under the pressure of long-distance communication. Scribes knelt around him with slates. Inquisitorial ciphers hung in the air. The Doom Eagle's seal burned red in the hololithic field. Every word had already been weighed. Every omission was deliberate. "Mordant Reach contained," Balthus said. "Primary vector world Vallis Secundus, destroyed by Exterminatus sanction under Ordo authority and chapter confirmation. Necron Awakening Network crippled. Confirmed tomb sovereignty fragmented and denied escape beyond local pylon web. Plague vector designated Second Torment ended as theater-level threat, with residual contamination removed by planetary death. Remaining worlds under quarantine and continued orbital inspection. Imperial losses extreme. He paused. The next word sat in the chamber, like a knife laid against the throat of every ghost watching. Acceptable by strategic necessity. No one moved. The astropathic choir screamed softly as the message passed into the void. When the fleet returned to Garthis II, the storms were waiting. Black clouds wrapped the Ghost Mountain. Lightning walked the ridges. Rain hammered against the Ares gun towers and ran down the fortress walls in silver sheets. The Doom Eagles came home beneath no triumphal arch. No mortal tribes were summoned to cheer. No victory procession wound down the mountain paths. The Eyrie opened its launch bays, and the dead entered first. Relic caskets were carried from Thunderhawks by chapter serfs in ash-grey robes. Gene seed canisters passed beneath censers and purity seals. Damaged armor was borne on black frames. Banners too burned to fly were folded across iron trays. The recovered fragment of the old 13th Legion standard was sealed in a stasis reliquary and escorted by Chaplain Morcant himself. The Shroud of Irnax returned to its vault. Colonel Malch's oath of witness, written in his own hand and sealed with blood from his palm, was brought beside the plague-stained strip of his regiment's banner. The Hall of the Fallen received them. The great doors opened beneath the Reclusium Tower, and the cold of the Ghost Mountain entered with the procession. Within the hall, the ossuary alcoves waited in towering ranks. Candlelight trembled across shattered helms, cracked blades, blackened banners, bone fragments, oath scrolls, and names carved so deeply they seemed wounds in stone. The Doom Eagles entered without helmets. The survivors walked behind the dead. Some limped. Some were supported by serfs or brothers. Some carried nothing, because all those they had tried to recover had been denied by fire, tomb collapse, or duty. Ancient Malcor's cracked sarcophagus plate was set into a new alcove, its edges still scorched from reactor death. Beneath it, a scribe carved, "One life, spent." Macindlus's Narthetium was mounted with its reductor arm extended, the steel cleaned, but not polished. The plaque beneath did not call him martyr, healer, or hero. It read, "Infected, uncorrupted, preserved what was useful." Luctus's broken jump pack hung from chains beside a strip of stone taken from the collapsed pylon gate. The turbines were shattered. One housing was pierced by living metal that had refused to dislodge even under Mechanicus tools. His name was carved beneath, followed by the words, "Recovery denied by order, properly spent." A vial of ash from Vallis Secundus was placed in a black crystal reliquary. A shard of Necron living metal was pinned inside a hexagrammic cage that clicked and shifted when no one watched it directly. The plague-stained guard banner strip was nailed beneath Malch's oath of witness. The mortal colonel had written no praise, no forgiveness, no absolution, only the truth as he had seen it. They burned my men. They saved the Reach. Let no comfortable soul call either mercy. Librarian Secundus Thrin stood before the newest aspirants when the rites were done. Karen was among them. He had survived the first surgeries. He was thinner now, scarred at the scalp and chest, marked by implantation rites that had killed others in the dark training vaults. He stood with the other aspirants beneath the gaze of the hall, no longer a Storm Tribe boy, not yet a space marine, still flesh being judged for usefulness. Thrin did not tell them a legend. He told them of Vallis Secundus as warning. He spoke of the climb down into St. Cord, of plague that wore prayer as a mask, of mortal courage turned into a vector, of Necron death beneath imperial bones, of Lord General Vorst praying so hard into silence that he became a traitor, of doom eagles burning loyal men because loyalty was not purity, of Luctus left behind, of Maelcor spent, of Macindlus executed before corruption could inherit his hands. The chapter did not win because it was noble, Thryn said. His voice carried through the hall of the fallen like cold iron dragged across stone. Nobility is often vanity wearing clean armor. We did not win because we were beloved, merciful, righteous, or brave in the manner mortals prefer. We won because the cost had been accepted before the first shot was fired. The enemy used horror to compel hesitation. The Doom Eagles had no hesitation to give. His gaze passed over the aspirants. You were told upon the mountain that you had arrived late to your death. This is why. A living man bargains. A dead man obeys. A living man hopes the price may change. A dead man pays what duty demands. Karen looked at the new alcoves, at the sarcophagus plate, the narthecium, the broken jump pack, the ash of a murdered world. He understood more than he had at the gate. Not enough, but more. Later, beneath the skull-winged badge of the chapter, Heron and Balthus stood alone. The emblem hung above the inner reclusium balcony, worked in silver, bone, and black iron. Beyond the narrow windows, Gathis II raged beneath endless storm. The Eyrie trembled faintly with thunder. Below, the Hall of the Fallen glowed with candlelight and accusation. Balthus had removed his helm. His face showed new scars from Vallis Secundus, one crossing the cheek, another cut above the brow, where a shard of black metal had pierced the seal. He looked toward the alcoves newly carved for the campaign. The chapter is diminished. Yes, Heron said. Companies reduced to fragments. Dreadnoughts lost. Gene seed denied. Armorium stocks depleted. Fleet assets damaged. Veterans spent faster than neophytes can be made. Yes. Balthus turned to him. Can we endure if every victory costs so much? Heron did not answer immediately. The storm beat against the fortress. Somewhere below, serfs chanted the first lines of the litany of spent lives for the next cycle of arming. Somewhere deeper, wounded brothers dreamed beneath pain suppressors, and apothecaries who had not fallen to plague cut flesh in service of the future. Somewhere in the hall, Luctus's broken jump pack hung in stillness, never to ignite again. Endurance is irrelevant, Heron said at last. Only duty survives. Balthus looked back toward the badge. And if duty spends the last of us, then the last of us will be properly spent. Neither spoke for a time after that. Outside the Eyrie, the storm tribes looked up and saw the fortress lights burning above the clouds. They did not know the names brought home. They did not know of Vallis Secundus, or Faugri remembered, or the shroud of Irnax raised above a dying world. They did not know that their sons would climb the Ghost Mountain and be told they were dead before they understood life. They knew only that the Silver Giants had returned fewer than they had departed, and that the fortress did not grieve as men grieved. The Doom Eagles were not heroes seeking glory. They were not martyrs seeking death. They were already dead, and because of that, they could do what living men could not. They could burn the loyal beside the damned. They could leave a brother inside a collapsing tomb because retrieval would waste the duty he had purchased. They could murder a world without celebration and carry the burden back to a hall of names. They could look upon the cruelest arithmetic in the galaxy and give the answer anyway. At dawn, though dawn on Gathis II was only a paler shade of storm, the bells of the Eyrie tolled once for every brother spent in the mordant reach. When the last bell faded, the wind over the Ghost Mountain carried the chapter's words across the black peaks, down through the rain, over the cliff tribes, and into the roaring sea. Woe betide,